Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Dreamland Encounters. Here on this channel, I share real-life encounters with beings from beyond the skies to help you unwind and drift off to sleep. Before we dive in, I would love to hear from you. Leave a comment and let me know where you're tuning in from. Now find a comfortable spot, relax, and let's begin. I tuned out of reality that night on the lake, seeking escape from my life at the plant. 12-hour shifts had worn me down, and home felt more like a prison than a refuge. My old boat became my sanctuary, a quiet wooden hull bobbing under a thin, coin-silver moon. The summer heat had broken, replaced by a sharp, clean breeze that made me pull my collar tight. Stars peppered the black sky like scattered ash, and the water reflected everything perfectly, a mirror so still that not even wind could disturb its surface. Only the occasional creak of the boat and distant frog calls broke the silence. Something felt different from the start. My fishing line behaved strangely, the strike indicator twitching with an almost deliberate softness. Then ripples began forming around the boat, perfect, concentric circles spreading outward as if someone was skipping stones, but no stone touched the water. They moved silently, dying just past the gunwale. The lake seemed to clear its throat. I tried convincing myself everything was normal. Insects beneath the water's surface, an odd wind pocket, rational explanations for an unsettling moment. But when I cast again, the line hummed differently in the moonlight. My digital watch jumped back 2 minutes, one of those small glitches you notice but dismiss. My phone showed no service, despite having a signal earlier. I tucked it away, a small talisman against the growing unease. Then something moved in the lake's center. Initially, I mistook it for a bird, a bright, smeared shape emerging from the darkness. The night was about to change in ways I couldn't have anticipated. Something skimmed across the water's surface, too far to identify. No sound, no splash, no wake, just a narrow silver track catching moonlight. Its movement was precise, almost mechanical. Fast, then slowing, then crossing an old marker buoy. That's when everything changed. The reflection shifted in a way that defied logic. For a single moment, it was a perfect silver sphere, small and bright. Then it flattened like a coin sliding across a table, bending light instead of disturbing water. Behind it, stars seemed to slide a half degree, as if someone had subtly nudged the entire night sky. I knew this lake. Decades of fishing meant I understood every shadow, every potential movement. Logs, debris, boats with reflective strips, I'd seen it all. But this was different, silent, unnaturally precise, like a pebble rolling without making contact. My hands, steady for years, suddenly trembled. The camcorder I always carried seemed impossible to use. The object, whatever it was, circled 50 yards away, moving in an odd pattern like someone drawing with a bent ruler. A hint of metallic sheen reflected moonlight, making the lake feel simultaneously vast and paper-thin. Then it vanished. Not flew away, not with any sound. 1 second a silver line existed, the next it was erased. Water returned to normal, frogs resumed their chorus, as if nothing had interrupted them. I sat in my boat, rod in hand, waiting for some additional revelation. Dawn found me returning to the cabin, adrenaline still coursing. The boards creaked as I tied up. Abby, the dog, barked her usual irritated greeting. I tried telling Mary, the lake's owner, and my friend with her rough laugh and rougher coffee, but words caught in my throat. I spoke anyway. She chewed the inside of her cheek, studying me. A silver ball, she said when I reached her porch. Her practical nature made my worries feel small. Are you sure you weren't dreaming? I was awake, rod in hand, watching. Maybe a seal keeps coming in at night. She suggested, her smile revealing she didn't believe her own theory. You old fools and your stories. I didn't venture out that afternoon, convincing myself I'd been spooked by too many late nights. The brain plays tricks, I told myself, but curiosity isn't easily silenced by logic. 2 nights later, I returned with my camcorder, thermometer, and an unwavering determination. I settled into the same spot, scanning the lake's center with intense focus. Odd sensations surrounded me. My ears felt a sudden pressure drop, like a brief moment in an airplane. My watch seemed to slip through time, nudged by an unseen force. The rod felt slightly warm against my hand. Unexpected in the cool night air, wood smoke drifted from a distant shore, hinting at a late-night grill. The water hummed with an unfamiliar resonance. At 11:48, the camcorder's LED flashed a battery warning. I swapped batteries, irritated. Later, rewinding the footage revealed a missing 30-second block. The tape appeared, cut, though the camcorder's casing remained untouched. An unexplained jump interrupted the lake's image, like a deleted sentence. A week passed without incident. I shared less with Mary, her laughter diminishing the experience until it felt like a mere figment of imagination. Around this time, a black sedan began appearing at the road's edge near the tree line. Always present at dawn, vanished by noon. I managed to photograph it once, but the image came out inexplicably grainy. Then, at 2:30 a.m., it happened again. The sphere emerged from the inlet, skimming closer than before. As it passed near the dock, the water around the pilings flashed dramatically, poured mercury in the air. My hand passed through where the thing had been, and the space felt unnaturally cold. Something was off. Abby hadn't barked, hadn't even twitched on the porch while I was halfway across the boards. The next morning, I burned the bacon and drove into town with 2 beers, seeking someone to talk to. At the hardware store, a regular nodded along as I spoke. When I mentioned strange things, he'd nod and share stories about wind tunnels and oil slick reflections. The sheriff's response was equally casual. "You see anything suspicious besides the old sedan?" he asked. I described the strange light and my missing footage, careful not to sound too far-fetched. "You keep telling yourself you're safe," he said, "and maybe that's all you need for now." He scratched his neck and handed me coffee. 3 days later they arrived. I saw them before hearing the truck. 2 men in crisp black suits sat on my porch swing when I pulled in late that night after working extra hours. The porch light was off, but they looked undisturbed, almost unnaturally still, like perfectly positioned wooden figures. One had a thin face with a precise nose that suggested he measured each word carefully. The other, with a wide jaw, sat slightly back, his shoulders set. Neither young nor old, they seemed cut from the same grey fabric. My first impulse was to back up and drive away, and I decided to act unbothered, not wanting to give them the satisfaction of intimidating me. That resolve lasted 6 steps. Walking to the porch, my boots echoed with a hollow sound. "Evening," the thin-faced man said flatly, politely. "Mr. Cole." I responded, my voice betraying a composure worn thin. The wide-jawed man asked to sit, claiming they didn't want to bother me. Their speech was deliberate, as if following a predetermined script. No rush, no small talk. I wanted to demand they leave, to ask how they found my address, to tell them about the silver thing and the missing tape. But something held me back. I sat down on the opposite end of the swing, silent. 2 men studied me with the clinical intensity of doctors checking a patient's vitals, watching, assessing. Their shoes were pristine leather, unmarked by salt or grass. The thin-faced man finally spoke. "You fish at night a lot," he stated. The wide-jawed man suggested I stick to daytime, his tone oddly gentle, like a small kindness. I didn't know how to respond. Strangers don't typically offer fishing advice this way. They smiled carefully, choosing words with precision. "There are elements more active at night," the thin man explained. "It's safer in daylight." My agreement felt hollow, forced. I wanted to ask who they were, what agency sent them, why they seemed more like concerned neighbors than official representatives. Then the thin man produced a small silver card. When he slid it across to me, I examined it like someone peering through a distant window. An unfamiliar emblem, a reference code, neat numbers that revealed nothing. "Who are you?" I asked. "Field sampling." He leaned forward, attempting to appear reassuring. "Public safety," he added, the words carrying unexpected weight. They were careful. "Instructional, not threatening. If something's bothering you, tell us," the thin man said. "We can help document it. No need to be in harm's way." I mentioned a silver thing on the water. The sentence hung unfinished, like a rope's torn end. They nodded, men who remembered without writing, who understood without explanation. When the wide man reached toward his pocket, I flinched, an old habit, but he merely produced a pamphlet. "Nocturnal Safety Advisory. Avoid nighttime activities near water." Someone wanted this message spread quietly. "You'll be all right going forward?" the thin man asked, the question as casual as a neighbor checking on a fence. Community service wrapped in professional concern. "Do you work for the county?" I asked. The thin man said they were with a regional unit and could provide contact information through official channels if I requested it. He spoke as if the next move was mine, ready to step back at my signal. For the next 20 minutes, they questioned me about everything. My boat, my routine, the bait I used, about Abby, and whether I kept a light on the dock. Their questions were oddly mundane, triggering in me a desire to respond with precise, log-like details, dates, times, numbers. They took notes on a small pad, their handwriting seeming effortless. When they left, they stood at the edge of the gravel lane, watching the tree line until I lost sight of them. After their departure, I meticulously checked my camcorder, tape, watch, and the items on my tackle shelf. The missing block on the tape hadn't reappeared. My spare reel of line, previously full, now seemed slightly unwound, as if someone had carefully examined the filament and rewound it. Days passed. The black sedan vanished from the road. The hardware store man began smiling at me again. Mary's demeanor shifted. Her laughter ceased, replaced by frequent offers of coffee, a different approach to kindness. I started venturing out during daylight hours. The lake returned to normal, fewer ripples, fewer strange pressure drops. I convinced myself I was done with nighttime water expeditions. I told myself I'd been fortunate that the men had helped somehow. I believed a person could be careful and remain safe. The card stayed in my wallet, not to call, but like a reminder of a doctor you hope never to visit. Months went by. The camcorder remained in the top drawer. Occasionally, I'd play the footage, watching until my patience wore thin. The missing frames felt like someone was editing my life. Long after their visit, from the porch, I once saw a brief glint on the water, a coin-like sliver that reminded me of that night. The dog stared at the far shore, then drifted back to sleep. I laughed quietly, remembering the wide man's advice about sticking to daylight. I never saw the silver thing again. I never received a call. Sometimes when I launch the boat at midday and the breeze is right, the lake runs like a polished plate. I let the rod hang loose and watched the horizon, trying to make sense of what happened that night. The men in black became a story I might tell to sound like a man who paid attention to the world. Their visit felt like both a warning and a favor. 2 men on my porch swing told me to fish in the daylight, just like a neighbor telling me to wear a jacket. So I do what they asked. I leave the night for the owls and the coyote that sings, going out when the sun is up and the lake is loud with dragonflies and life that doesn't move like a cut coin. Some nights I still wake at 2 and listen, half expecting the water to clear its throat. I stand at the window, watching the dark and the line of birches that stops the view. I tell myself I'm safe if I stay inside with the lights on, and I keep the card in my wallet because there are things a man keeps not because he trusts them, but because he needs to remember who told him to be careful. Life had settled back into its slow routine with the same small dramas. A fence needing mending, a generator that wouldn't start, a neighbor's kid bringing over a raccoon saved from a trap. The watch stopped hiccuping. The sedan didn't come back. Those men were to confirm their credentials. Sometimes I think about the way it bent the stars for a heartbeat, and how the men slid the cart across like people who knew the rules but wanted to keep the noise down. It was a charm, a trick of the light, an animal doing something graceful. We left the trailhead at 4:30 in the afternoon. 3 of us, me, Jenna, and Mark. Loaded light because it was supposed to be a quick overnight to the ridge above Coldwater Hollow. There was a forecast for calm weather, a clear night, and a thin fog collected in the valley that melts by mid-morning. I'd done the route before years back when my knees were younger, and I wasn't doing the late shift at the bakery. We wanted the view of the valley at dusk and the Milky Way after dark. Nothing fancy. I brought a small DSLR because I like to pretend I know what I'm doing. Jenna had a phone with a decent camera, and Mark carried the headlamp that never died, or so he bragged. Up on the switchbacks, the trail smelled like crushed pine and dust. We joked and laughed. We reached the campsite on a flat rock, setting up the small stove as the sky bled out its colors, gold from the sun, silver from the incoming moon. We had traded push-ups earlier, keeping up the kind of loud small talk that keeps people moving. When the trees opened near the second saddle, the valley dropped away and fog sat low in the hollow like a pressed blanket. Something felt odd about the sound. It wasn't that the forest went completely quiet. Birds still chirped late in the season. But the valley had a particular hush, like someone had muted the bottom layer. I noticed it as a shape more than a thought. The usual hum of a river, cricket chatter, a distant ATV, all those sounds were there, but muffled, as if someone had turned down the bass. Jenna noticed it too. "Do you hear that?" she said, adding. "Because talking about small weather changes is what you do when you want to be sure you're not imagining them." We ate and watched the last of the sun smear across the eastern boulder. Then we set up camp without headlamps. I always liked letting my eyes adjust on nights like these. Mark pulled out a thermos and told stories about his cousin being chased by raccoons. We laughed, and the valley felt like a soft wash at our feet. Around 9, when the last bright strip of sunset finally faded, the fog started to take on points of light. At first, we thought they were hikers' lights moving between cars and cabins down in the hollow, but these were too steady. Nodes of light rising and lowering like breath, and splitting, then joining like schools of fish. Jenna lifted her phone and zoomed in. The screen caught a dozen tiny white pinpricks moving slowly under the fog. "Weird," she said. "They're not on the road." We watched because that's what you do when you see something oddly beautiful. The lights moved in strange patterns. One would skim close to the tree line, then drift toward the middle, then circle back. They traced perfect small arcs like someone drawing with a compass. No noise existed, and the fog swallowed any potential sound. Occasionally, the lights would slow until they almost hovered. When they did, a darker patch would pass beneath them as if the light was cutting out the air. Mark clicked his headlamp low, then off. "Maybe some hunter with a drone," he muttered. As the evening wore on, we kept listening for any sound drones, mechanical hums, but heard nothing. The lights moved delicately like fragile glass shells across the landscape. I set up my DSLR on a small tripod, framing a long exposure shot over the valley, hoping to capture the ethereal streaks of satellites, plane paths, and headlight lines. Something felt off. My cheap digital watch blinked the wrong time momentarily before resetting. Jenna's compass app spun wildly like a toy top, and Mark's headlamp flickered between dim orange and bright white as if controlled by an unseen hand. We laughed nervously, tossing out words like electrostatic to mask our unease. The lights began to move differently, braiding together, threading through the fog. One descended, not like a typical lantern, but with an unnatural grace. Where it touched the fog, a perfect 6-foot ring dimmed as if an invisible palm had pressed into the mist. This bubble of emptiness hung suspended, then drifted. I tried to photograph the phenomenon, but my camera's live view stuttered. The preview looked normal, yet the ring was absent. Jenna's phone recorded a brief snippet before her app declared the file corrupt. We exchanged knowing glances. The woods have a way of challenging perception. Driven by an irresistible curiosity, we hiked down the ridge. The descent was treacherous, loose gravel shifting beneath our feet as the fog rose to meet us like a theatrical curtain. The lights moved with increasing purpose, darting behind trees and across the field in sharp, deliberate lines. Then we saw it. In the shallow spaces where the lights passed, the fog formed columns reminiscent of smoke, but not from any fire. Something person-shaped emerged, blurring the line between natural and unknown. The fog gathered in columns, pairing up like twin legs. Not quite full figures or even silhouettes, but something about the mist suggested limbs taking shape. Jenna broke the silence, her voice hushed as if the valley might overhear. "Do you think anyone's down there? People?" We crept lower, reaching the tree line with a clear view of the meadow. No hikers, no truck lights. Instead, lights moved along the far end of the hollow, tracing intricate lines and knots, almost like someone practicing with rope. Their movement was deliberate, patient. An airplane would flash by in a second, but these lights meandered with purpose. Two of the brightest lights rose, hovering just above the ground. They slid together, causing the fog between them to ripple. For a brief moment, the edge of that ripple seemed almost metallic, catching moonlight in a way that felt slightly off. My skin tingled. I set up the tripod and took a photo. The shutter clicked softly, normally, but when I reviewed the image, something was wrong. The long exposure had captured star trails, yet the lights we'd seen were completely absent. What our eyes witnessed seemed to dissolve in the camera's lens. The valley began to cling to us, a weariness creeping in like someone slowly adding blankets. We weren't frightened, but we felt watched. That unmistakable sensation of someone standing just behind you, sensed through a subtle shift in the air. Small details accumulated, building an underlying unease. A deer paused, then walked away with purposeful intent. A distant farm dog howled, marking time. A woodpecker stopped mid-hammering, never resuming. The stars glinted cold and bright. We hiked back in single file, heads down. The valley lights continued their unhurried dance, moving to a rhythm that didn't match our pace. At camp, I packed my camera almost absently, more from physical tiredness than any real desire for secrecy. Over tea, we debated whether to stay the night. Mark was eager, Jenna resistant, and I wavered in between. As we often do in the mountains, we took turns keeping watch, one with a lighter pack, another always listening. I lay awake, the night's strange encounters still echoing in my mind. In the quiet of night, my mind wandered to small mechanical details, while the valley breathed around me. Beetles skittered, and twigs occasionally shifted. At 2 a.m, with eyelids feeling paper-thin, Jenna nudged me. Her whispered look drew my attention downward. Lights now wove through the hollow in what seemed like an intentional pattern. A perfectly straight line cut through the fog, leading directly to a tree. We watched transfixed as one light paused and hovered almost motionlessly at the tree's base. Then something extraordinary happened. A sudden silence pressed through the air like a pressure change. Crickets stopped mid-chirp. The world seemed to hold its breath. Jenna's soft laugh broke the tension, the kind of laugh that keeps panic at bay. "That's not normal," she muttered. We decided to pack up, not with frantic energy, but with the calm deliberation of people sensing something delicate and strange. At the trailhead, a metal sign with regulations stood sentinel. Gravel crunched under my boots, and the night air tasted of cold iron. Halfway down the main road, a black sedan pulled up, glossy and immaculate. Two men in black emerged with precise, measured steps. One tall and thin with a sharp nose, the other shorter and broader. Both wore sunglasses despite the moonlight. They approached us, hands held carefully in front. The thin man's smile never reached his eyes. "Evening. Any good photos?" he asked, the question landing like a neutral object. I froze. Jenna turned pale. Mark mumbled about seeing lights. The men's expressions remained unchanged. "We mean, did you capture any photographs for records?" The tall one clarified. The word records carried an unspoken weight. The shorter man produced a small card, revealing it with calculated timing. He slid something across my hand, not quite offering, but placing. It had an emblem and a few letters I didn't recognize. "If you have images," he said, "we can archive them for further study." Memories of corrupt files and missing frames flickered through my mind. My mouth went dry. I said, "We took some stuff. Some didn't save." I held up my phone like a thin shield. "Do you want to see?" They nodded with a patience that suggested this was routine. We sat on the metal bench by the lot, and I handed over Jenna's phone because her clip was better. The men examined it methodically, more like checking a form than truly looking. A slight tap, a silent nod. Their questions came measured and calm. How long were we on the ridge? How long did we watch the lights? Did we see anything else? They wrote notes on a small pad. Their inquiries seemed casual but calculated. Had we ever been in a local hiking group? Contributed photos to regional archives. Calibration, the tall one said, as if that explained everything. His tone suggested how we lined up cameras mattered more than the lights themselves. I remembered the moment my compass app spun wildly and my cheap watch blinked incorrectly. They identified themselves as part of a regional observation unit, documenting anomalies. Their advice sounded neighborly: stay on well-traveled trails, avoid the valley after dark. Not a command, just a suggestion wrapped in public safety language. Stick to daytime hikes for a bit. The shorter man added offhandedly. It was a benign statement, but it felt like a limit. Up to that point, everything had been observations and questions. Now, someone was subtly restricting movement. I had maps. I had routes I liked. Suddenly, taking the ridge at twilight felt almost like a misdemeanor. They were polite, precise, the kind of men you couldn't easily challenge. No badge, no clear office location, just a small card and a phone number that, when I called after they left, connected to a receptionist who confirmed a unit existed but would confirm nothing more. They drove off without fanfare, leaving behind more questions than answers. Black paint seeping into darkness. Something felt off that entire week. Star trail images from my camera were either perfectly captured or mysteriously incomplete, like someone had surgically removed sections of film. Jenna's phone video files kept glitching, and Mark was certain a black sedan had been parked on the road 3 consecutive mornings, its occupants hidden beneath low-pulled hoodies. We shared our experiences with friends and colleagues, receiving predictably mixed reactions. Some listened sympathetically, others laughed, and a few suggested we'd spent too much time in mountain air. Life continued its rhythm. I returned to baking, perfecting the timing of my loaves to rise precisely when the shop opened. Jenna dove back into her graduate seminars. Mark discussed rivers and driftwood. Night hikes became a distant memory. Occasionally, I contemplated reaching out to ask for names, agency details, or even a contact number. Yet an unspoken civility hung in the air, making such inquiries feel almost inappropriate. Their visit carried an odd politeness that discouraged further investigation. Months later, a local outdoor forum thread caught my attention. Another person had documented similar light phenomena. Their photographs mirrored our experience. Long exposure streaks interrupted by mysterious blanks. Comments ranged from technical analysis to casual jokes. Several users mentioned the regional observation unit requesting their image files. Some reported their pictures appeared normal until after this request, when small gaps mysteriously emerged. People offered explanations: satellite interference, cosmic rays, faulty electronics. but these justifications felt like hastily sewn patches on an unexplained fabric. I still visit the ridge during daylight. At sunrise, the valley is breathtaking. Fog dissipates as if nothing extraordinary ever occurred. Wildflowers populate the meadow, deer move through the graze, and woodpeckers resume their rhythmic hammering. My camera remains packed away. Long exposures now belong to someone else's curiosity. Nighttime finds me sleeping with cracked windows, maintaining my usual routine. Before bed, I check my phone, a habit born of a desire for security. Sometimes, I catch myself scanning the trail toward the hollow, half expecting two black-clad figures to materialize on a distant porch swing, subtly reminding us of unspoken boundaries. No answers exist. Only memories remain. The shape of those lights, the fog bowing like an ethereal hand, and the casually unsettling question that lingers just beyond comprehension. I was hunting in northern Vermont, trudging along the ridge behind the old Thompson property. A damp, cold fog rolled off the nearby river, clinging to the pines like static. My rifle was slung over my shoulder, and I'd brought my pack with extra lenses and an old camera for wildlife shots. Something I don't typically do during a hunt. The forest had been eerily silent for hours, no birds, no rustling squirrels, just the occasional snap of a branch underfoot. This quiet felt different, as if the woods were holding their breath. Just before dusk, everything always gets still, but this was something else entirely. I was following a deer trail down to a small clearing I knew well. When I stepped into the open space, something made me stop dead in my tracks. The grass wasn't just flattened, it was burned. Not randomly, but in a precise, almost calculated way. Concentric rings, perfectly circular, each about 6 feet wide, leading to a central patch scorched down to bare dirt. A faint metallic smell hung in the air, the kind you get near something intensely heated. Slowly, I pulled out my camera to document the scene. The low mist softened the tree edges, making the clearing look otherworldly. As I crouched at the outer ring, trying to frame the perfect shot, movement caught my eye at the opposite tree line. 2 men emerged, dressed in plain black suits, ties, and shoes, moving with an unsettling smoothness. Later that night, we walked together, the moon above and the valley below. Lights cut their arcs across the landscape. Men at the trailhead, wearing tidy suits and carrying white cards, asked about images like librarians. We went home, leaving a hollow space behind. The lights kept their own time, unchanged. A small, neutral exchange hung in the air, as if attempting to maintain some sense of order in an inexplicable world. The encounter started with 2 figures emerging from the fog, their movements calculated and precise. Clean-shaven and expressionless, they approached me with an unsettling stillness. "Evening," one said, his voice devoid of emotion. "You shouldn't be here. This is private property." My camera hung suspended mid-shot. I stammered an explanation about hunting, not realizing the land was owned. They didn't react like normal people. No smile, no laugh, no natural breathing. They were like walking statues. I nodded quickly and lowered my camera, ready to leave. "Your camera," the first one stated, pointing. I remained silent. "You shouldn't have photographed this. Some things are controlled." A chill ran down my spine. I hadn't even heard them approach until they were right at the clearing's edge. Fog seemed to thicken around them, muffling any sound of movement. My instincts screamed to run, but my body remained frozen. The taller one tilted his head slightly, asking about export controls on my device. I laughed nervously, explaining it was just a camera. They moved closer, perfectly synchronized, mist swirling around their feet like ethereal smoke. The hair on my arms stood up. Panic finally propelling me, I began backing toward the tree line. They didn't follow. They simply watched, then vanished into the fog between the trees, silent as shadows. No movement, no sound. I waited breathlessly, then ran. I didn't stop until reaching my truck near the river access, hands trembling as I clutched the keys. Looking back, the ridge was empty, just fog curling between pine trees, the clearing completely hidden. That week was strange. Sleep eluded me. Every glance at my camera brought a wave of inexplicable dread. Then on Tuesday morning at the electronics shop I manage in Stowe, 2 men in black appeared, identical suits, blank faces, mechanical movements. I froze. I sat at the coffee shop, my cup suspended mid-air, when 2 strangers approached. They didn't look like typical customers. The taller one asked if I had a moment, and I wordlessly led them to the side office. "Export controls," the shorter man said, his gaze drifting to my camera repair corner. My throat went dry. I wanted to laugh, to call them crazy, but something in my chest told me this was serious. They demanded I delete all drone footage from a recent flight near the ridge. Their tone was calm, almost matter-of-fact. No raised voices, no visible anger, just a firm instruction: delete everything and tell no one. Back home, I stared at the SD card like it might suddenly come alive. Eventually, I transferred the files to my laptop. I hesitated to watch, a mix of fear and curiosity holding me back. What might I see that I couldn't unsee? When I finally opened the files, the initial footage looked normal. Treetops from above, a winding river, fog drifting like smoke. Then something caught my eye. A dark, motionless shape hovering above the ridge. No rotors, no sound. Wind whipped around it, trees bending, but this object remained perfectly still. Zooming in, I saw a vague geometric form. Metallic, yet without clear edges or features. Unmoving, unbothered by the gusting wind. Then I saw them. Two figures in black suits, black hair, with expressions so blank they seemed almost inhuman. They appeared in the clearing, not waving, not signaling, just watching. The shadow above them shifted imperceptibly. The figures turned and vanished into the trees as quickly as they'd appeared. I closed the laptop, sitting in stunned silence. The clearing behind my apartment complex in Ashland, Oregon, was quiet that Thursday afternoon. Grey skies hung like steel wool, and the wind made the trees groan. I was out with my drone, doing what I usually do, capturing slow pans of the river bend for a side project. I'd been flying drones for years and knew how to handle gusty conditions. While hovering above the tree line, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a crow, but its movement was all wrong. This object wasn't moving at all, not up, down, or sideways, just hanging motionless in the air while the wind jostled branches around it. My drone struggled to stay steady, but this dark shape remained completely still. Almost blending with the cloudy background, it had a faint metallic shimmer along its edge. As I circled with the drone, the last bit of sunlight glinted off its surface like dull silver. Then something shifted. Either the object tilted, or I did, and suddenly it vanished. No sound, no movement, nothing. I checked the drone feed, tried to zoom in, but my controller beeped with a low battery warning. I guided it back and landed it, then walked closer to the clearing's edge. Nothing was there. Now, late at night, that memory haunts me. Those precise circles in the grass, like nothing human could have made. A faint metallic smell lingers in the air. Sometimes when I'm driving back roads at dusk, I glimpse a dark shape hovering just beyond the trees, seemingly waiting. I still don't know what I recorded, or who those mysterious men in black were, but I keep the footage. I keep the memory of that clearing, the grass rings, and the cold fog that swallowed everything that night. I haven't flown near that ridge again. I haven't gone back to that spot. Some things you just don't talk about. I was at the small electronic shop where I fix and sell drones and cameras when two men walked in that Monday. Dark suits, pressed clothes, black shoes, the kind of outfit that says, "We're important," without saying a word. They went straight to the counter where I was testing a drone battery. Export control. The other stood nearby, arms crossed, watching me with an intense, unreadable expression. Their presence felt heavy, like they were waiting for me to slip up. "I'm not sure what you mean," I replied, my voice tighter than I intended. "It's just a consumer drone, nothing special." He nodded slowly, unconvinced. "We're required to ask. Commercial-grade sensitive optics could be—" I tried to sound casual. "No, just hobby stuff. Mostly landscape photography. Nothing top secret, I swear." They exchanged a glance I couldn't interpret. Then the first guy pulled out a small notebook, wrote something down, tore the page and handed it to me. "Check the serial numbers. Any irregularities? Report to us." "Report to you? Who are you exactly?" They didn't answer, just nodded and walked out like they owned the street. My hands were shaking slightly. I tried to convince myself it was just a routine corporate inspection, but I couldn't stop thinking about the strange hovering shape I'd seen in the trees earlier that week. No footprints, no disturbance, nothing at all. Just this form that seemed to defy gravity and wind. That evening I returned to the clearing with my drone, hoping to rationalize what I'd seen. The wind had picked up. As I filmed the tree line making wide, slow passes, I saw it again. This time, I didn't even have time to react before it disappeared. The notebook from those mysterious men burned in my pocket, a reminder that something wasn't right. The drone, the suits, the shape in the trees. Something was connecting these dots, and I was determined to figure out what. I didn't notice it at first. The light bending across the canopy caught my attention. A dark shape snapped into focus, hovering maybe 50 feet above the tree line. Perfectly still, even as gusts made my drone struggle wildly. I moved closer, staying low behind a small ridge. No sounds broke the silence, no engines, no hum, just wind in the trees and that impossible stillness above. For 10 minutes, I watched intently. Zooming in on my controller screen revealed no wings, no obvious propellers, just a matte dark form. The reflection drew my eye again. Not light off metal, but something more like a mirror reflecting grey clouds in a way that defied logic. It seemed to blend with the sky itself. A panicked thought struck me. What if it notices me? Why does it feel like it already has? Cold chills ran down my spine, and I nearly dropped the controller. I brought the drone down and packed it away quickly. Black-suited men appeared the next day. Same intensity, no introductions, serial numbers. The first one said, "Notebook extended." I don't know what you want. I was just flying in the woods. Nothing classified, nothing secret. He stared at me, then wrote something, tore the paper, and handed it a copy. Always stay safe. Then they left. No threats, no. At home, I reviewed the footage on my laptop. Most looked ordinary, trees swaying, clouds rolling, but a few frames held something else. Tiny, almost imperceptible moments where a dark blot appeared above the trees, reflecting light in impossible ways. Each time I paused, it seemed to shift, unbound by the frame itself. I've returned to that clearing several times since. The wind, trees, and river remain normal. I haven't seen the shape again, but those men in black linger in my thoughts. How did they know about my drone? Why did they care about the footage? Now I'm careful. I double-check batteries, SD cards, everything. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder. I was driving home late that night on Route 97, somewhere north of Lake Chylon. The road was mostly empty, the moon high and bright, in a clear sky. An eerie stillness hung in the air, so quiet I could hear my car's engine humming distinctly. Just after passing a small resort town, something caught my eye. The lake to my right wasn't just another body of water that night. It was glowing, a single circular light rising from the surface. Not like a splash or a boat, but something entirely otherworldly. In an instant, it shot straight up, faster than any aircraft I'd ever seen. No ripples, no sound. Just a smooth vertical streak that blinked out as quickly as it appeared. I slammed on the brakes, my car fishtailing slightly. My heart was racing, pounding so loud it drowned out the engine and wind. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. When I finally gathered myself, I eased back onto the road, my hands trembling. At the gas station, I tried rationalizing what I'd seen. Maybe it was a reflection, a buoy with a powerful light, something explainable. But deep down, I knew what I'd witnessed was extraordinary. That's when I noticed them. Two men at the adjacent pump, dressed in black suits that looked stiff and cheap, like they'd stepped out of an old spy film. One stared directly at me as I walked past, his companion with hands buried in his pockets. Even now, years later, I review the footage I captured that night. In the reflections of trees and grey sky, I sometimes glimpse a dark shape that shouldn't be there. I can't explain who they were or why they seemed so interested in ensuring I kept this record. But something happened that night, something that mattered enough for them to follow up twice. The mystery remains unsolved, haunting me with its unanswered questions. Late one night, I was driving along Route 97 when something strange happened. There was a gas station near the lake, and as I pulled up, two men in black suits caught my attention. At first, I didn't think much of it. Weird people show up at gas stations all the time. But then one of them spoke, his voice eerily flat and mechanical. "Did you see it?" he asked. My heart started racing, the reflection from the lake. He continued. I froze and glanced through the station windows at the dark, calm lake. "Yeah, I saw something," I mumbled, feeling uncertain. They just nodded slowly, with the first man adding, "Careful what you say. Not everyone understands." Feeling awkward, I quickly filled up my tank, trying not to stare at them while wondering why these grown men were standing by the pumps so late at night, asking about a glowing light. When I turned back, they were gone, completely vanished. The pumps were empty, and I couldn't find any trace of them. I didn't see them leave or spot a car. It was like they had simply disappeared into the night. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror. For a mile or two, I thought I saw something black moving in the shadows near the tree line, but every time I looked directly, it vanished. I convinced myself I was just imagining things, that the adrenaline was playing tricks on my mind. At work the next day, I tried to push the experience out of my head. I didn't tell anyone, not even my best friend Mike. I didn't want to sound crazy, but the memory lingered, with a strange, quiet pressure that I couldn't shake. A week later, I cautiously asked my younger brother Alex. if he'd seen anything weird over the lake. He hesitated, then admitted he'd seen a light a few nights back. It went straight up silently, though he'd assumed it was fireworks. We exchanged an uneasy look. A month passed with nothing happening. I started to believe I'd imagined the entire encounter. Then one night I drove past the same stretch of Route 97 again. The lake was dark and calm, but something felt different. As I went past, I swear I saw something. The night I saw something in the lake changed everything. It was just a faint glow moving slowly toward the shore, vanishing before I could even blink. My hands gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles whitened, and I didn't stop or look back. A few miles down the road, I pulled into another gas station, trying to calm myself. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, like they were alive, and I kept scanning the windows. That's when I saw them. 2 men in black standing by the pumps, not waving, not smiling, just waiting. I could have turned around, but something pulled me forward. My chest felt tight, my legs heavy, as if the ground itself resisted my movement. They were silent at first. The man who'd been quiet the night I saw the glowing object finally spoke. "Did you see it tonight?" I answered, my voice cracking. "Yes, I think so. Something in the lake," he nodded. The other man spoke with a calm, almost casual tone that felt more like a warning than a threat. "Keep it to yourself. No, please, no extra words." I nodded, fumbling with my wallet, hands shaking so badly I dropped coins. They waited, not reacting. When I turned to leave and glanced back, they were gone. No car, no footprints, nothing. I couldn't explain how they disappeared so quickly. For months after, I drove past the lake at night, watching. Sometimes I thought I saw a flicker, a faint reflection, movement in the water. Sometimes nothing. I half expected to see them in their black suits waiting, but they never appeared again, at least not at those gas stations. The memory lingers like a shadow I can't shake. Were they just people or something else? That light, rising from the lake without a sound, I tried to rationalize it. A trick of light, an overactive imagination, maybe a drone prank. But the quiet pressure I felt that night, the sense that they knew what I'd seen, never really goes away. Sometimes when I drive past the lake after dark, I swear someone's watching from the shadows, waiting. We were walking home on the dirt road, skirting Eagle Ridge's eastern edge, Marcus, Leia, and I, as the evening settled in. The mountains loomed dark blue against the horizon, silhouetted in the lingering summer heat of mid-June. Suddenly, Yah pointed upward. At first glance, it looked like a small prop plane, but something was off. The object moved with impossible speed, darting between mountain ridges, then shooting straight up into the sky and vanishing in an instant. "Holy, did you see that?" Marcus whispered. We stood frozen. The landscape spread out before us. Peaks, trees, the road winding around the mountain base. No sound broke the silence. No engine, no jet, just an unexplained absence. The walk home was tense. We tried to act normal, but we were shaken. In my mind, I kept trying to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe a drone, perhaps a strange aircraft. But deep down, I knew it was something else. The next day at school brought even more strangeness. In the guidance counselor's office, 2 men in identical black suits sat, both older with slicked back hair that seemed almost artificial. Mrs. Evertiff, it seemed, almost artificial. Mrs. Is. Halbrook was nowhere to be seen. They called students in individually. Waiting my turn, I watched kids emerge looking bewildered, muttering cryptic responses like just answer questions. Okay. Their expressions were blank, yet an uncomfortable energy hung in the air. When my turn came, one man asked me directly, "Have you noticed anything unusual recently?" His voice was methodical, almost mechanical. Any disturbances in the sky? Sounds, lights, movements outside normal aircraft. My mind raced. Was he asking about that night? I tried to sound casual. Yeah, maybe. Yesterday I saw something over the mountains and admitted as much to the man across from me. He scribbled a few words in his notepad and looked up. "Describe it," he said. I spoke steadily, though my hands felt clammy, fast, darting no sound, disappearing into the sky. When he asked if anyone else was with me, I mentioned my 2 friends. The next few days felt odd. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but something lingered just beneath. People around me acted typical, yet I kept catching glimpses of dark-suited men in strange places, near the bus stop, edges of parking lots, behind the football field's trees. Each time I looked directly at them, they vanished. Then the humming started. Late at night in my bedroom, I noticed a low, constant, pulsating sound. It wasn't loud, but it vibrated in a way that lightly shook the windows. I wondered if it was the heater or a transformer. When Leia called the next morning, she'd heard the same thing. Marcus hadn't noticed anything. I tried recording the sound on my phone. The audio was strange, a constant low thrum with an odd skipping sensation, like the sound flickered every few seconds. Listening to the recording made my chest feel tight. A few nights later, an unexpected knock came. My parents were asleep, and I hadn't told anyone about the humming. I opened the door to find two bald men in black suits and sunglasses, despite the darkness. "Evening," one said in a neutral tone. They asked about audio disturbances, seeming to know details I hadn't shared. Their presence created a strange pressure, as if the room couldn't contain them. "Tell us everything," they said. I described the hum's timing, duration, and the fast light I'd seen in the mountains. They listened silently, taking notes. I left the office with a weird feeling, not quite fear, but a heavy awareness that something was watching, just beyond the edges of ordinary life. I was sitting at the kitchen table late that night, a half-empty coffee cup keeping me company. The week at the plant had been long and draining, leaving me with a restless energy that wouldn't subside. My small, older house sits on the edge of northern Wisconsin, surrounded by dense pine woods. Windows cracked open, late July hung heavy and warm in the air. Then I heard it. At first, just a faint vibration like a distant engine idling. But something felt different. A steady, low hum that seemed to breathe, swelling and shrinking with an almost living rhythm. My windows rattled softly with each pulse. I pressed my hand against the glass, feeling the vibrations pass right through me. Stepping outside onto the back porch, I scanned the tree line. Nothing moved. The humming continued. Weak at first, then growing more persistent. I began recording, taking notes. When I finished, two men arrived. Their reaction was neither satisfied nor disappointed, just neutral. "Keep this to yourself," the first man said. "Don't discuss it with anyone." And they left, the door clicking shut behind them. I stood in the blank hallway for a long time. The humming gradually weakened over the next week before vanishing completely. Reviewing the recordings, I noticed something strange. The sound disappeared in the last few seconds of each clip, with the audio warping slightly, as if something invisible had brushed past the microphone. Weeks later, I saw them again at the grocery store. Black clothes, sunglasses, standing casually by the vegetable section like they belonged there. When I looked away and back, they were gone. School returned to normal. Friends joked about nothing, but I started noticing the mountains more often. At dusk, I'd catch fleeting glimpses of something darting between the ridges, too fast for a plane, too precise for birds. I said nothing, just watched. Now, lying in bed at night, I think about those knocks, the questions, the notes they took. I wonder if they ever came for Leia or Marcus, or if I was their only target. I've heard nothing since. But sometimes when the air is still and the mountains are dark against the sky, I hear it. That low hum, faint and pulsating, like the world is holding its breath. And I know I'll hear it again, even if no one else ever does. The night was still, with no wildlife stirring, no deer, no raccoons, not even a hint of movement. A low, directionless hum hung in the air, its origin impossible to pinpoint. Grabbing my phone, I started recording, thinking my audio enthusiast friend Kevin might help me decipher the strange sound. I set the phone on the railing and let it capture about 3 minutes before it abruptly cut off, leaving behind an eerie silence. Immediately, I played back the recording. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the same pulsing vibration that had earlier rattled the windows. I listened repeatedly, trying to make sense of it. At first, I wondered if it might be underground construction or a transformer issue, but nothing nearby seemed capable of producing such a sound. The next morning, I asked Harold, my older neighbor, if he'd heard anything. He hadn't. He'd slept through the night undisturbed. At work, no one mentioned any unusual overnight occurrences. Around 9 that evening, while cleaning dishes, a knock at the door interrupted me. It was late, and I hesitated before opening it. 2 men stood before me, tall, impeccably dressed in black suits, white shirts, and black ties. Their appearance was pristine, like they'd stepped out of a fashion magazine. No badges, no identification. "Evening," the first man said. "We're checking with residents in the area. Have you had any audio disturbances lately?" The phrasing struck me as odd. Not "did you hear something strange," but when I asked about their affiliation, he replied, "Federal Survey Group. We're documenting unusual occurrences." His smile didn't reach his eyes. Cautiously, I mentioned the hum from the previous night, carefully avoiding any mention of my recording. They nodded subtly, as if this was precisely the information they'd been seeking. The second man remained silent, holding a notebook but making no notes. "Did you record it?" the first man asked. I froze, wondering how they knew. I denied it, claiming I'd simply noticed the sound. They exchanged an unreadable glance. "If it happens again," the first man instructed, "please do not attempt to capture it. Just make a note of the time." As quickly as they'd arrived, they turned and walked away, moving deliberately down the street. No car waited. They simply vanished into the pine shadows, leaving me stunned and uncertain. I kept checking the windows, expecting someone to be standing outside. Nothing. The next day, I tried to play the recording again. The file was gone, but still listed on my phone with a timestamp of 2:03 a.m. When I tapped it, the player said, "File cannot be opened." I tried connecting the phone to my laptop. Same thing. The file was there, but empty. The whole encounter had lasted maybe 3 minutes, but had left me deeply unsettled. How could they have known about the recording? I hadn't told anyone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house, every distant car sound made me tense. I haven't heard the hum again, but I keep thinking about those men. Sometimes late at night, I think I see 2 figures walking past the edge of the woods, moving slowly, silently. I never step outside to check. It's been a week since they came by. I keep replaying everything in my head. The hum, the way it seemed to exist everywhere at once, the recording that disappeared, the men who knew about it before I even mentioned it. I've gone back to work, tried to get back to normal, but there's this feeling that someone or something is watching. Now I close the windows at night, even if it's hot. And sometimes when it's quiet, I swear I can feel the pulse of that hum again. Faint but real, vibrating just under the skin of the house. It's not something I talk about with anyone. People think you're nuts when you bring up experiences like this, but I can't shake it. Every night I check the clock, then the windows, half expecting them to come back, or for the sound to start again, or for the file on my phone to reappear. I keep the phone on the counter at night now, just in case. And sometimes when the wind moves the pine needles in a certain way, I swear the air itself is humming, and I wonder if they're out there somewhere, waiting for it to start again. It's not frightening in a way that makes you scream, but it's there under the skin of everything, and it's not normal. I don't know why it happened or who those men really were. All I know is that after that night, nothing has felt the same. I've tried to rationalize it, tried to tell myself it's just some weird electrical thing, some mental trick, maybe a passing truck with a subwoofer too close, but I can feel it, that vibration in the air, and I know what I heard. And I know who showed up the next evening, standing perfectly still. I was finishing my last round at the industrial park around 3:30 a.m., pushing a mop through the main lobby. The fluorescent lights buzzed in that low, uneven rhythm you get when they're too old, and the hum from the HVAC made it feel like the building itself was breathing. It was cold for early September, the kind of night that still carries a late summer warmth, but sneaks in a sharp bite whenever a door opens. I had my headphones in, playing an old country station on my phone, just enough to keep my mind off the emptiness of the place. It's always quiet that late, too quiet. And that night, it was quieter than normal. When I stepped out of the east side service door to grab the trash from the loading dock, the lot was empty like always, but something about it felt wrong. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought someone had slipped out of a car or was hiding behind a truck. A figure glowed faintly, pale and white, and it moved across the lot like it wasn't touching the ground. Not walking exactly, but sliding, almost. I froze. The shape was vaguely human, but it was like it was wrapped in light or fog. I squinted, thinking the reflection from the overhead security lights had gone weird, but every light in the lot was steady, and the glow didn't match any of them. It passed behind a line of trailers and just disappeared. No sound at all. No crunch of gravel, no car engine, nothing. I stood there for a while, just staring, waiting for it to reappear, but it didn't. My first thought was that I'd imagined it. Maybe caught a reflection on my glasses, or a trick of the shadows. But my stomach had that tight, cold twist you get when you know you didn't imagine it. I tried to shake it off and finished my rounds, though I kept looking over my shoulder. Now, I still live here, but I keep the blinds closed and the doors locked. Every time a car goes by, I glance out the window, half expecting to see someone in a black suit walking alongside it. And even though I haven't heard the hum again, sometimes when I'm alone and the house cracks in a certain way, I feel that vibration just under my feet, just beneath the floorboards. I remember the pulse, the sound that shouldn't have existed. I don't know what happened. I don't know what it means. details. All I know is that something did and left its mark. Around 5 a.m., I stepped outside to secure the east doors. That's when I noticed something different. A small car sat parked on the far side of the lot, its headlights off and engine silent. I hadn't seen it when I arrived at 11 p.m., and no one was around. Maybe a coworker had left it overnight, I thought. The parking lot was big enough that people sometimes used it for a quick nap or a quiet moment. As the sun began to touch the horizon around 6 a.m., pale light washed over the lot. Walking back to my car, I suddenly froze. Two men stood right by my driver's side, dressed in crisp black suits with pressed hats. Their faces were unnervingly pale, almost featureless in the dawn light. "Morning," one said, his voice eerily calm and measured. "Were the security lights malfunctioning last night?" I blinked, clutching my keys. "I don't think so. Everything looked fine." The second man nodded slowly. "Good. We just wanted to check." Things can easily go unnoticed when a building's empty. They stared at me, unmoving and expressionless. No smiles, no fidgeting, just intense, expectant gazes. "You're the janitor?" the first one asked. I swallowed and nodded. Nothing else unusual. The second pressed. I hesitated. The glowing figure I'd seen earlier flickered in my mind. Something about their unnatural calm made me feel that speaking up could be dangerous. So I simply shook my head. "Good. Have a safe day," they responded in unison. They walked away with an unsettling, synchronized movement, disappearing behind a row of trailers. Sitting in my car, I couldn't shake the memory of the figure. The way these men appeared precisely as I was leaving, or the eerie silence of the empty lot with no camera evidence. Later, I told my wife about the incident, but she seemed uninterested. I worked the night shift for 2 years, and it was always quiet. A raccoon knocking over a trash bin or a trucker stopping for coffee was usually the most excitement. But that morning was different. Two men appeared in the park lot before dawn, asking strange questions with an unnerving calm. Their precision wasn't normal. When I told my coworker later, he laughed, suggesting I might have dreamed it. But I knew what I saw. Since that day, I can't stop looking. I drive past the lot, checking everything. Windows reflect odd shadows. Once, I thought I saw a glowing figure near the tree line, but it vanished quickly. Those men haven't returned, but I'm not sure I want them to. Now, every shift feels different. I park under street lamps, keep my windows up. Sometimes in the corner of my eye, I catch a pale glow sliding across the lot. It takes me back to that dawn when the world felt small and unfamiliar. I was driving home from Phoenix to Tucson late one Friday night. The desert highway was empty, the air dry and still. Suddenly, those two men appeared, standing so deliberately it was like they'd been waiting. Their questions haunted me. What did they want to know about the lights, about me, about this lot? I keep telling myself I imagined it all. But deep down, I know they were real. So real that they could stand there at dawn, and the world didn't even seem to notice I never talk about it at work. But every time I finish a shift and walk to my car, I feel their gaze. Even when I'm alone, that cold, tight feeling returns. Something happened that morning, something I can't explain. The long, dark road stretched out before me, its monotony broken only by my playlist. Nothing too loud, just enough to keep me awake. Eventually, even the music blended into the rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt. That's when I first noticed it. A bright, steady light that seemed more like a star than anything else. But something was different. It wasn't high in the sky. Instead, it appeared lower, almost as if it were tracking my movement. Through the windshield, I glanced at the light, initially dismissing it as a plane, a reflection, or simply my tired eyes playing tricks after hours of driving. Yet it remained. With each turn and stretch of highway, the light persistently kept pace just beyond the curve, always present, always watching. I checked my mirrors, searching for an explanation, perhaps a car with an unusually bright headlight. But there was nothing. No other vehicles, no lights, just that singular white pinpoint moving alongside me. By mile marker 112, unease began to creep in. My fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, and a cold sweat formed on my neck. My heart thumped so loudly I felt self-conscious, as if its beat might echo through the car. Rationally, I knew pulling over was unnecessary. It was just a light, after all. Yet when the rest stop appeared, I didn't hesitate. I slowed down, turned into the lot, and parked at the edge, where overhead lights barely reached. The car fell silent, with only the cooling engine's soft ticking breaking the stillness. After turning off the radio, I sat back and surveyed the desert landscape. That's when I saw them. Two men seated on a bench near the payphone, dressed identically in black suits, black ties, and black fedoras. They seemed unremarkable at first glance, but something felt wrong. They weren't conversing. They weren't interacting with anyone. They simply sat back straight, staring ahead, as if they had been waiting specifically for me. My gaze lingered too long, and suddenly one of them tilted his head, not in greeting, but with the detached curiosity of a cat observing an intrusive movement. I tried to laugh it off, wondering if exhaustion or the desert's disorienting landscape was playing tricks on my perception, but the feeling of being watched remained, unsettling and inexplicable. I stepped out to stretch, realizing the night was colder than expected. Stars dotted the sky, but one light caught my attention. It hovered directly above the parking lot, motionless, waiting. My feet moved slowly, almost against my will. Two men sat on a bench nearby, perfectly still. One shifted his weight in a way that wasn't quite natural. Smooth, deliberate. As if he knew exactly how I was watching him. "Evening," I said, feeling compelled to break the silence. Noticed not a twitch, not a nod. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things, and walked back to my car. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw both men still on the bench, watching, unmoving. The strange light had inched closer, or had it. My pulse quickened. I got in the car, locked the doors, and stared at the lot. The men remained motionless. The light now blazed white like an intense spotlight. No wires, no reflection, no aircraft, just a pure, steady glow. I started the engine, pretending to scroll through my phone. I needed a reason to leave. Maybe if I pulled out slowly it would seem normal. Just another routine stop. Then I saw something that made my breath catch. The bench was empty. No men. Not behind a bush, not near a car, not walking anywhere. Simply gone. I blinked, shook my head. Maybe they left when I started the car. Maybe it was nothing. Back on the highway, I stayed carefully in the center lane, scanning the mirrors. The light had vanished. Just empty desert stretched around me. My heart gradually slowed, but tension lingered in my shoulders. I drove in silence, turning over what I'd witnessed. That light had followed me for miles. Those men sitting there, as if they'd known exactly where I would stop. As if they'd been waiting. I tried to rationalize it. A late-night art project, pranksters in suits, a distant plane landing, a mirage. Nothing fit, nothing made sense. Years have passed since that strange night, but the memory still haunts me. Sometimes when I drive long, empty highways, my eyes dart to the mirrors, half expecting to catch a glimpse of that strange light. Dark, quiet roads sometimes trick me into thinking I see a shadow on the shoulder, something perfectly still, watching. I never stop at that rest area anymore. It happened on a sweltering August night around 2 a.m. Unable to sleep, I was sitting on the couch in my small Ohio duplex, windows cracked open, trying to let some air circulate. A sound caught my attention. At first, I thought it might be a distant truck idling or late-night machinery. But this sound was different. The noise was a low, steady hum with an unusual pulse. It swelled every few seconds like a barely there concert bass that you feel more than hear. My windows actually rattled with each rhythmic surge. The hum seemed to come from everywhere at once. No specific direction. I walked to the kitchen window and looked outside. Nothing. The street was dead quiet. No cars, no people. Curious, I grabbed my phone and started recording, thinking I'd send the clip to my friend Kevin, who works with sound. I let it record for about 2 minutes. Then, as suddenly as it began, the hum stopped. Complete silence, not even crickets. When I replayed the recording, the low vibration was faint but clear, with that strange rhythmic swelling. I listened to the clip repeatedly, trying to make sense of it. An underground project? A power problem? Nothing felt right. Uneasy. I went to bed. The next morning, I asked my upstairs neighbor, Mrs. Patel, if she'd heard anything. She hadn't. I didn't tell anyone for a while. I even wondered if I should contact the police, but there was nothing to report. No crime, no explanation. A week later, I drove back through the same desert stretch, same road, same time. I scanned the horizon for that light, the bench, the 2 men. Nothing. Just empty desert, asphalt, and stars. I was home again around 9 o'clock that evening, halfway through a sandwich, when someone knocked at my door. I wasn't expecting visitors. When I opened it, 2 men stood there, both tall, dressed identically in black suits, white shirts, and black ties. No badges, no clipboards. They looked like they'd stepped out of an old photograph, completely out of place on my porch. "Good evening." One of them spoke immediately. "We're checking with residents in the area. Have you had any audio disturbances lately?" The phrasing caught me off guard. Not did you hear a noise, but audio disturbances. I asked who they were with. The first man gave a quick smile that didn't reach his eyes. We're with a federal survey group. Just need to confirm if you've noticed anything unusual. I hesitated, not wanting to mention the recording right away. I told them I'd heard a low humming sound the night before. Both men nodded slightly, as if that was exactly what they'd anticipated. The second man, who hadn't spoken, pulled out a small notepad, but didn't write anything, just held it. Did you record it? The first man asked. That made me go cold. I hadn't mentioned recording anything. Playing dumb, I said I'd just noticed the sound for a couple minutes. They exchanged a quick look. If it happens again, please do not attempt to capture it. Just make a note of the time, the first man said. Then, as if the conversation was settled, they stepped back, thanked me for my cooperation, and walked down the driveway. There was no car parked out front when I'd opened the door. By the time I leaned out to check, they were already halfway down the street, walking side by side in silence. I immediately shut and locked the door. The entire encounter lasted less than 3 minutes, but it left me shaken. How did they know I'd recorded something? Nobody else knew, not even Kevin. I hadn't sent him the clip yet. That night, I sat in the dark with my phone waiting for the hum to return. It didn't, but every passing car, every house creak made me feel like someone was standing outside listening. My hands trembled slightly as I tried playing the recording again. The file remained listed with its 7 a.m. timestamp, but when I tapped it, nothing happened. An error message blocked access. Even connecting my phone to the computer yielded the same result. The file existed but showed 0 seconds of content. That night's drive had been long and quiet. Working late at my small garage outside Lincoln, Nebraska, I'd been finishing a transmission repair for a client who needed his truck by morning. By the time I locked up, the streets were completely deserted, with that heavy late summer humidity hanging in the air. My route home wound through empty county roads flanked by endless cornfields. The kind of drive where miles pass without seeing another vehicle. Windows cracked, radio softly playing. I was just trying to unwind after a long day. About 10 minutes into the journey, a strange glow caught my eye on the right side of the road. Initially, I assumed it was farm equipment, but something felt off. The light wasn't the harsh yellow of headlights or the red of brake lights. Instead, it was a soft, whitish-blue, steady and wide, reminiscent of a welding shop's illumination. As I approached, I realized the glow emanated from the middle of a cornfield. I pulled onto the gravel shoulder and cut the engine. Roughly 50 yards away, the corn rows were bathed in an ethereal light, each stalk casting sharp, distinct shadows. Then I saw it, not a tractor, not any machine I'd ever encountered, a flat disc approximately 30 feet across, resting between the rows. The light wasn't external, it radiated from the object itself, the metal seemingly glowing faintly. I sat frozen in the truck's cab, mesmerized. Without my phone, which was charging back at the shop, I wrestled with my options. Part of me wanted to investigate, while another part urged me to drive home and forget everything. Curiosity ultimately won. Since that night, I haven't heard the strange hum again, but late at night, I sometimes catch glimpses of 2 shadowy figures across the street. I never venture out to investigate. I rode back to the garage, just a quick 5-minute drive. My phone in hand, I hopped back in the truck and returned to the same spot, but this time the mysterious glow had vanished. Killing the lights, I crept along the gravel shoulder, searching for the strange disc. It was gone, or at least invisible now. Instead, 2 men stood near the field's edge where I'd stopped earlier. Their attire was unusual. Black jackets, dark pants. These weren't typical farmers. No reflective vests, no caps, no work lights. Just 2 figures standing motionless, facing the road. I slowed but didn't stop initially. One raised a hand in a half-wave, signaling me to pull over. Against my instincts, I lowered the window. The waving man approached, close enough for moonlight to reveal his features. Mid-40, pale skin, clean-shaven, his expression remained completely neutral as he spoke. Fields closed tonight, spraying, he claimed. No greeting, no further explanation. I peered past him into the corn rows. No equipment, no tanks, no engine sounds. Just dark corn swaying in the night breeze. I asked about the light I'd seen, but he repeated his monotone statement about field closure. The second man hadn't moved, standing a few feet back, hands at his sides, staring silently. Something felt off. These men didn't belong in a cornfield at midnight. I nodded, muttered an apology, and drove away. In my rearview mirror, they remained perfectly still, watching me leave. At home, my mind raced. That initial glow haunted me. How unnatural it looked, how the disc seemed to illuminate the corn from underneath. But the men disturbed me more. Their sudden appearance, like they'd been waiting. Their explanation made no sense. Real farmers don't spray fields at night without machinery or lights. The next day, I drove the same road in daylight. The field appeared completely normal. Rows intact. No tracks, no burn marks, no equipment. I slowed at the spot of the previous night's strange encounter, my curiosity burning. I usually run at night around 10 after work on a trail that loops through some woods and around a big open field near my place in Northern Virginia. It's about 2 miles total, not lit up, but I always bring a headlamp. Most nights it's empty, except for the occasional dog walker. This was early October, one of those crystal clear nights where every star is visible. I'd left my phone in the car, which I rarely do, wanting a break from music. Only my footsteps and crickets broke the silence. About halfway through my second lap, I hit the open field and slowed down. I like looking up at the sky here, since it's the only stretch without trees. I stopped jogging, leaned over to catch my breath, and tilted my head back. That's when I noticed something strange. A patch of stars, maybe the size of my hand, seemed to shift slightly. Initially, I thought it was just my tired eyes playing tricks, but I stood there and saw it again. These stars weren't twinkling like the others. They looked duller, almost faint, as if behind a film of glass. The entire patch moved, sliding a few inches left before stopping completely. I kept blinking, trying to make sense of it. A cloud might explain this, but there weren't any. The rest of the sky remained sharp and clear. I switched off my headlamp to verify. Without the light, the oddity became even more apparent. This section of sky simply wasn't aligning with the rest, like someone had cut out a square and was slowly dragging it across the stars. I don't know how long I stood there, but a deep sense of wrongness crept in. Not fear exactly, just an uncomfortable feeling that I shouldn't be witnessing this. I turned my headlamp back on and forced myself to continue running. Sometimes when I drive home late, I'll slow down without thinking, scanning the rose-colored fields. And every time, I half expect to see those two men standing there, waiting. I've passed that field many times since, and I've never seen anything like it again. But sometimes, a faint ring in the dirt between the corn rows catches my eye. Then maybe it's just where irrigation cut deeper. When I finished the loop, the park lot was completely empty. No cars, no people, so I wasn't prepared for what happened next. As I rounded the final bend, 2 men were standing right by my car. They didn't look like typical park visitors. Black jackets, black pants, dark shoes. They were too polished, too deliberate. No running gear, no water bottles. Just standing there, waiting. I slowed down, my mind racing. They remained completely still. As I approached, one of them spoke. His tone was eerily calm. "Enjoy the illusion," he said. Those exact words. I stood there, still catching my breath, staring at them. They weren't smiling, weren't threatening, just blank. The taller one studied me like I was some kind of puzzle. I asked what they meant. Silence. Silence. The first guy repeated himself. "Did you enjoy the illusion?" My hand kept brushing against my keys in my shorts pouch. They were blocking my car, and something felt off. I told them I needed to leave. The taller one stepped aside slowly, never breaking eye contact. The other guy stayed by the driver's side door. I clicked the fob to unlock the car. The sudden flash of headlights and beep made me jump. He finally moved, giving me space to enter. I slid in and started the engine immediately. One of them leaned down to my window. No knocking, just bending until his face was level with mine. Dark glasses covered his eyes, even in the night. "Best not to look up too long," he said. Then he straightened. Both men turned simultaneously and walked straight into the dark woods, not toward a car or street, just vanishing into the trees. I sat idling, headlights pointing at the trail, half expecting them to reappear. They didn't. My hands shook the entire drive home. The next morning I returned to the spot. Broad daylight now, families walking dogs, kids riding bikes. Everything looked completely normal. No trace of what happened the night before. It was late September, with just enough warmth to go out alone on the water. The fog blanketed everything that morning when I took my little 20-feet lobster boat a few miles past the usual fishing spots. Nothing felt quite right. The engine noise, the gulls, even the waves against the hull seemed muffled and distant. Around 8, I started pulling in my nets. The first haul was mostly junk, seaweed and a couple of undersized cod that went back into the water. But the second net came up differently, heavy and unbalanced. Initially, I thought I'd caught some rocks or an old trap. Instead, something metallic was tangled in the mesh. The object wasn't large, roughly basketball-sized, but more of an irregular oval with strange seams. Its surface looked like brushed steel with scorched patches. When I tapped it, it felt oddly hollow and lighter than expected. My first guess was airplane debris or a broken buoy. As I leaned closer, trying to spot any identifying marks, another engine sound cut through the fog. A sleek black boat with no visible registration approached rapidly. 2 men in matching dark jackets and caps stood aboard. One shouted, "You pulled something that doesn't belong to you." Their tone wasn't playful. They pulled alongside, close enough to reveal their near-identical clothing, uniform-like, but without insignia. Both wore sunglasses, which seemed absurd in the thick fog. The driver stated bluntly, "That's military property. Sometimes I still run to that field, but now I always carry my phone and avoid looking at the sky as much as possible." I was out on the water, pulling in my nets like any other day, when I caught something unusual. Before I could even get a good look, 2 strangers appeared out of the fog. They were direct and insistent. "It's military debris. We'll be taking it." Their approach felt off from the start. I asked about their credentials, but they just repeated the same line. No identification, no explanation. They stood there, silent and intense, watching me with an unnerving stillness that made my skin crawl. When the second man reached out with a gloved hand, expecting me to surrender the object, I pushed back. I told them I'd call the Coast Guard to verify everything. That's when their demeanor shifted. The man at the wheel leaned in and said flatly, "You didn't see this. Understand." Without waiting for my response, the other man climbed onto my deck. He moved with practiced precision, untangling the metal object from my net like he knew exactly what he was doing. They carried it back to their boat, setting it down almost reverently. I was angry but stayed quiet. Something about their calm, coordinated movements made my stomach tighten. They disappeared into the fog as quickly as they'd arrived, leaving me surrounded by grey silence. Later, I couldn't shake the details that felt wrong. Their boat had no lights, a serious violation in foggy conditions. And how had they found me so quickly? No other boats, no helicopters, yet they appeared the moment I pulled the object from the water. My hands trembled as I finished hauling the nets, constantly scanning the mist. Back at the harbor, I wanted to tell someone, but the words caught in my throat. How could I describe this encounter without sounding completely unhinged? That night, the memory of those strangers and their mysterious object haunted me, leaving more questions than answers. I'm familiar with the water around these parts, but something felt different that morning. The fog was thick, hanging low over the waves like a heavy curtain. I was hauling nets, doing my usual run, when they appeared out of nowhere. A black boat, silent and sudden, materializing just yards from my stern. Back home, things started getting strange. It began with a dark sedan rolling slowly past my house, barely visible in the driveway. At first, I brushed it off, just another car on our quiet lane. But when it happened again, the next evening, same time, same car, same eerie pause, I knew something was off. By the third night, I was watching from inside, lights off, peering through the blinds. Right on schedule, the car arrived. 2 shadowy figures sat motionless in the front seats, facing my house like they were waiting. They didn't move, didn't speak, just watching. I started changing my routine. My boat trips got shorter, staying closer to shore, running fewer nets, always looking over my shoulder. Months have passed, and while nothing else has happened, that memory haunts me. How they emerged from the fog that morning, as if they'd been tracking me, knowing exactly what I'd pull up before I even knew. And it's not just on the water. Even now, driving late from the harbor, I'll catch a glimpse of a car in my rear-view mirror that seems to linger just a moment too long before turning away. Weeks earlier, I'd been driving west on I-80, hauling pallets from Fort Wayne. It was around 3 a.m., mid-May, with a clear, cool night stretching endlessly before me. The highway was empty, just the steady hum of my engine breaking the silence. Outside Ottawa, something caught my eye. A strange glow hung low over the highway, maybe 50 feet above the asphalt. At first, I thought it was construction lighting, but as I slowed down, leaning forward, I realized it was something else entirely. A perfect triangle, with 3 white points marking its corners, connected by a faint, dim light. Its shape was sharp, unlike any aircraft I'd ever seen. I was driving late at night, my rig's headlights cutting through the darkness when I saw it. A triangular shape hanging completely motionless above the road. No sound, no movement. Just hanging there, perfectly still. The underside gleamed metallic, smooth as polished stone in my brief glimpse. My heart raced as I eased into the left lane. Nothing else was on the road, just me and this bizarre object overhead. When I passed beneath it, my CB erupted with sharp static that made me jump. Dashboard lights flickered wildly for a moment. Then I was through, past it, checking my mirrors. The triangle remained exactly where it had been, growing smaller in the distance with each passing second. For the rest of that drive, my hands gripped the wheel tightly. I kept expecting something to reappear, but nothing happened. I rolled into the service yard around 5 a.m. and didn't breathe a word to anyone about what I'd seen. The next night found me at a truck stop outside Joliet, following my usual routine. Late evening, close to 2 a.m. The diner was nearly empty, just a few drivers, an exhausted-looking waitress, and the low hum of overhead lights. I slid into a booth, ordered coffee and eggs, and opened my logbook. That's when I noticed them. 2 men sitting directly across from me, maybe 12 feet away. Their black suits were different, plain without shine or wrinkle. Crisp white shirts buttoned to the neck, no ties. They sat unnaturally still, hands precisely folded on the table. At first I thought they might be late-working businessmen. They had no food, no drinks, just sitting there watching, not staring obviously, but angled just enough that I knew their eyes were locked on me. I tried to ignore them, focusing on my meal and paperwork. Yet every time I looked up, they remained exactly the same. Not moving, not speaking. When the waitress brought my coffee refill, I asked casually, "Those guys been sitting there long?" She glanced over, then back at me with confusion. "Who?" she asked. I gestured to the booth across from me, 2 men in suits. She gave me a strange look, then shrugged. No one like that was in the diner tonight. I didn't argue. I just nodded, stirred my coffee, and kept my head down. The night shift at the distribution warehouse was eerily quiet, as always. Just after 2 in the morning, I was working the cameras in a massive facility. 15 loading bays, a small office block, and about 3 acres of fenced lot. My job involved monitoring screens, logging truck arrivals, and occasional walk-rounds. On this clear, cold night with intermittent wind, I was sipping stale coffee when something caught my eye on camera 12. This camera covered the far corner of the southern yard, usually dark except for dim perimeter lights. At first I thought the screen was glitching, but, leaning closer, I saw a shape, not a truck, not anything familiar, sitting low behind the far fence line near the trees. Something was off. The shape wasn't casting shadows like it should. Instead, it glowed with a soft, pulsing whitish light, unlike any spotlight or headlight. I squinted, wondering if it was a strange reflection or a neighbor's unusual lamp. Later that night, I stopped at a diner. The tension was already crawling up my back. I ate quickly, threw some bills on the table, and left. As I walked past a booth, 2 men sat with hands folded, facing forward. They didn't look at me, even as I passed within arm's reach. Outside, in the cool night air, heading to my truck, the parking lot was quiet except for a rumbling reefer unit. When I glanced back at the diner windows, the booth was empty. No chiming door, no footsteps, no car pulling out. They were just gone. Back in my cab, I locked the doors and sat staring across the fuel island. My logbook lay on the passenger seat. The page I'd been writing on was mysteriously blank, though I knew I'd written half a page while eating. I drove through the night, checking my mirrors more often than usual. Every set of headlights behind me made me tense. Nothing followed. Nothing strange appeared in the sky. The next morning at a rest area, I checked the logbook again. The page remained untouched, as clean as if I'd never written on it. Now, I avoid fueling at that stop, and when I see a triangle of lights in the sky, even far off, I keep my eyes firmly on the road. I caught something odd on camera 12, a solid, unmoving glow that didn't appear on cameras 13 or 14 due to blocked angles. I watched it for about 30 seconds, wanting to take a picture but staying completely still. Then the glow shifted or rotated without making a single sound. In less than a blink, it vanished completely. Moments later, the front gate camera showed an unmarked dark van pulling up outside the security office at 2 in the morning. 2 men stepped out, both wearing identical black suits with white shirts and black ties. They didn't look like typical workers or inspectors. The taller one had an almost gray, pale complexion and a narrow face. The shorter man kept his head down, studying the ground. When I buzzed the intercom and asked if I could help them, the taller man looked directly at the camera and flatly stated they needed access to the southern loading bay. This immediately struck me as wrong. That loading bay isn't on any public map. It's an old, unused section hidden behind newer building expansions. Only management and security knew it existed. I hesitated to respond, and he repeated the request exactly. When I asked who they were with, The shorter man glanced at his companion and simply said it was a time-sensitive matter. Every instinct warned me not to let them in. They stood unnaturally still, not shifting or looking around, giving an eerie sense of controlled presence. I said I'd need to call my supervisor. The tall man claimed they'd already spoken to him, which I knew was impossible. Dennis, our on-call supervisor, lived 2 towns away and would have informed me about any planned visitors. I'd been flying small aircraft for over a decade, mostly charter flights and the occasional sightseeing trip. That afternoon was routine, a short hop from Billings to a private strip just outside of Sheridan. The air was cold and clear, with a thin layer of high clouds that gave the light a washed-out silvery look, as if the winter sun couldn't quite break through. About 30 minutes from landing, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a break in the clouds catching sunlight at an odd angle. But it moved fast. A metallic disc dropped straight down from the cloud layer, perfectly vertical, no tilt, no wobble. It stopped mid-air, hanging there for maybe 2 seconds, then shot off horizontally and vanished into the mountain haze. No sound, no contrail, nothing. I didn't even have time to react before it was gone. Later that night I was working security. A shorter man approached the glass of the security door, and something about him was off. His eyes didn't reflect the light like other people's. I've seen enough visitors to know how eyes look under those lights, but his were just flat and dark. I told him I couldn't let them in without clearance, and reached for the phone. When I looked up again, they were walking back to the van. No arguing, no threats, just turning away like it was nothing. The van pulled off without headlights, rolling smooth down the access road until darkness swallowed it. I switched to the road cameras, but they never showed up, and that road only has 2 turns before hitting the main highway. Back on camera 12, the yard was empty, still and dark. Every creak of the building made me flinch for the rest of my shift. No more vans. No more strange shapes behind the fence. When Dennis came in at 6 to relieve me, I told him about the men. He looked at me like I was joking. Nobody had called, and no visitors were logged. We checked the gate camera feed. The recording for that time slot was gone. A corrupted file, the system said. Every other camera was fine, except camera 12, which was black for about 4 minutes right after I first saw the glow. I stayed quiet after that. Didn't mention the details to anyone else. But sometimes when I'm out in the lot at night, I catch myself glancing toward that far corner, half expecting to see that pale light pulsing in the dark again. I landed without incident, taxiing toward the hangar. 2 men stood just inside the building's shadow, both wearing identical black suits, white shirts, and plain dark ties. Despite the frigid 25°C temperature, they wore no coats. One tall and thin, the other shorter and broader. They both looked pale, as if sunlight was a stranger to them. They didn't move as I shut down the engine and climbed out. The taller one approached first, speaking in a flat, almost mechanical voice. Mr. Peel professed the essay, Batal and Day. Harlan, he said. I nodded, uncertain how they knew my name. We'd like a moment of your time, the shorter man added, holding a clipboard with several papers attached. His statement hung in the air. We understand you observed an aerial anomaly on your approach. I froze. I hadn't reported anything to anyone, hadn't even formed a clear description in my own mind. I saw something, I said carefully. Not sure what. That's why we're here, the taller one replied. Standard procedure for atmospheric interference reports in controlled airspace. He handed me a pen and flipped the clipboard toward me. The form was filled with small, dense text, glimpsing words like atmospheric interference and no threat to flight safety. I understood they wanted me to sign, confirming whatever I'd seen was a known atmospheric effect. No mention of aircraft, no acknowledgement of anything unidentified. I hesitated. Who are you with? Federal jurisdiction? The shorter man said, as if that explained everything. Which agency? He repeated only federal jurisdiction. The wind picked up, hangar doors rattling behind them. I noticed the airstrip was eerily empty. No one handled my arrival. The fuel truck sat abandoned, just these 2 men and me. Look, I said, I don't feel comfortable signing something I don't understand. You did see atmospheric interference, the taller one interjected. Not a question, but a statement delivered with a strange weighted certainty. I saw a metallic object, I said slowly. The shorter man stepped closer, uncomfortably close. Here's the rewritten text. My name is Lena Ortiz, and I'm a storm-chasing photographer. For years, I've been captivated by lightning's raw energy cutting through the sky. This particular evening, I was out on the town's edge, waiting for a storm. The night was humid and still. Power lines stretched across an open field, and I'd positioned myself near a dirt road where tall pylons created a long, straight line. I'd been to this spot many times before, but something felt different this time. The air was thick and heavy, almost tangible. An unnatural silence hung everywhere. No crickets chirped, no wind rustled the grass. Earlier that day, something strange had happened at the airfield. 2 men approached me after my landing, their movements synchronized, their demeanor oddly precise. They wanted me to sign a clipboard, their eyes flickering with an unusual gray tone. The taller one insisted what I'd seen was atmospheric interference, not a metallic object. The terminal building stood dark and empty, no other engines hummed, no voices echoed. I signed the form quickly, wanting to leave. The moment my pen lifted, the shorter man snatched the paper and tucked it under his arm. They stepped back in unison and nodded slightly before disappearing into the hangar's shadows. When I followed them inside, the hangar was completely empty. No doors were open, no place they could have hidden. But planes starting up in the distance broke the eerie silence, and suddenly everything felt normal again. My usual ground crew appeared, asking about fuel. When I mentioned the 2 men, he looked confused, saying no one had been around all day. I didn't argue. I paid for fuel and left. Later, I discovered my flight log was missing, the notepad gone, though my pen remained exactly where I'd left it. Those men were never seen again. As I stood by the power lines that evening, watching storm clouds gather, I couldn't shake the memory of that strange encounter. The storm was intense that night. Lightning crackled across the sky as I stood with my camera, ready to capture the perfect shot. When a bolt suddenly illuminated the landscape, I snapped a photo. But something odd caught my eye between 2 power line pylons, a dark, perfectly round shape that flickered like a shadow, barely visible for a moment. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a bird, a drone, or just a trick of light. When I checked my camera screen and zoomed in, the strange shape was there, a solid, disc-like object hovering near the power lines, revealed by the lightning's flash. My heart raced, though I told myself it was probably just a weather balloon or a camera glitch. Days later, I was editing photos at a quiet downtown cafe. The place was nearly empty when a man in a plain black suit approached my table and sat down without warning. His calm voice carried an unsettling intensity as he said, "I see you've been photographing the storm near the pylons." Before I could respond, he grabbed my laptop and pulled up the mysterious photo. From his briefcase, he produced a small portable printer and created a black and white copy. Sliding the print across the table, he fixed me with a penetrating stare. "If you decide to share this image, consider framing it differently," he said cryptically. Then, as quickly as he'd appeared, he stood and walked away. I examined the print. In black and white, the disc-shaped silhouette was even more distinct, leaving me with more questions than answers. The night shift at Brook Hill Medical was eerily calm. No new patients had arrived since midnight, and I was seated at the nurse's station in ICU 3, meticulously charting patient records. It was precisely 3:10 a.m., a time I recalled vividly because our routine of restocking crash carts always happens at 3. Something caught my eye. The hallway lights flickered briefly, but only along the row leading past room 314 to the fire exit. A short buzz, then back to normal. I dismissed it initially. The building was old, and electrical surges from the HVAC system weren't uncommon on the 5th floor. At first, the strange occurrences seemed isolated. My phone started acting up unexpectedly. Calls would drop without reason, and my GPS would malfunction, showing locations I'd never visited. I began noticing figures watching me from peripheral vision, men in plain black clothing seamlessly blending into crowds. They never approached, but their presence was undeniably real. One stormy night, I returned to photograph lightning, hoping to understand or capture something I'd previously glimpsed. With my camera set up and wind whipping around me, a lightning flash revealed a disc momentarily flickering beyond the pylons. But when I raised my camera, it vanished. The next morning changed everything. A small envelope lay under my door containing a grainy Polaroid. A photo taken from outside my apartment window showed my reflection with a faint, shadowy figure in a suit lurking behind me. No accompanying note, just the unsettling image. From that point, an oppressive sense of surveillance consumed me. I stopped sharing storm photographs and deleted all related images. Yet questions lingered. Who was the mysterious man? What message was he trying to convey? Weeks passed. The men in black never directly confronted me, but their invisible presence remained constant. Strange technological glitches continued. I persisted in photographing storms, always hoping to capture that elusive disk, but it never reappeared. Some mysteries, I realized, resist revelation. Some images are destined to remain unshared, existing only in the margins of perception. The light started flickering, a slow dimming that came and went. A faint clicking sound hummed, similar to standing beneath a transformer. I walked toward the fire exit, thinking a bulb might be failing. Passing room 314, I noticed the double-door blinds were open. Mr. Double-door blinds were open. Mr. Tans Garza, a long-term patient, lay intubated and sedated. Despite being unconscious, he was moving, one hand raised toward the ceiling, eyes closed. The monitor showed nothing unusual. I watched his hand slowly fall back to the bed. Movement caught my eye through the window. Beyond the unit's side was a small rooftop area, accessible only to maintenance, covered in gravel, vent hoods, and large HVAC metal boxes. It was typically dark at night, but something was up there. A flicker of movement appeared behind a vent stack. A tall, narrow shape standing unnaturally still. I thought it might be security doing rounds, but that made no sense. There was no reason for anyone to be up there unless something was broken. Stepping closer to the window, I couldn't see a face, but the shade was clear. It wasn't moving, just standing perfectly upright, backlit by city lights reflecting off the cloud cover. The head was slightly tilted, arms hanging too straight, like a mannequin posing. Another hard flicker of the lights, and when they returned to full brightness, the shape had vanished. I radioed the front desk, asking about anyone on the roof. They confirmed no one was there and reported the access hatch was still locked from the inside. I didn't report what I'd seen, dismissing it as a shadow or hallucination from working too many night shifts. But unease settled in. That part of the unit felt colder, and other nurses later joked about ghosts in the vents. I didn't find it funny. As my shift ended, and I headed to the break room to clock out, something caught my eye near the vending machines. I was walking past the machines by the elevator when I noticed him. A man in a pressed black suit, pale and neat, like he'd stepped right out of a fashion magazine. He didn't look like he belonged. No badge, no medical scrubs, not a doctor or security guard. Just standing there facing the elevators, holding a slim black folder. Something about him made my stomach drop. I slowed down without really meaning to. As I walked past, he stepped forward and said my full name, not excuse me, just stated it like he already knew me. I stopped. He handed me the folder. Inside was a single-page form, printed on plain white paper, no official letterhead. It described an anomalous rooftop event witnessed between 2:45 a.m. and 3:30 a.m. on April 11th. The document stated that I, as the witness, agreed not to discuss any visual or auditory phenomena with hospital staff, patients, media, or law enforcement. A signature line and space for date and time waited at the bottom. When I asked what this was about, he responded in a flat, emotionless voice, "This is for the hospital's internal review. It will not go on your employment record. It is strongly advised that you cooperate." His words sounded like a script awkwardly translated into English. I noticed a strange symbol on his tie pin, a circle with a line through it. Nothing I recognized. I refused to sign without a supervisor present. He didn't react, just stood holding the folder, not even blinking. After about 15 seconds, an elevator dinged and 2 people stepped out. The man turned and walked away without another word, heading toward the old records room before disappearing around a corner. That afternoon, I showed the form to my supervisor. She looked puzzled, saying she knew nothing about any internal reviews or rooftop incidents. All hospital forms went through admin, she explained. She took the folder, promising to follow up. The next night, she told me the folder was empty when she opened it. I haven't seen the man since, but sometimes when I take the supply elevator near the West Wing, I feel like someone's watching from behind the old access door to the roof. And those lights still flicker, same hallway, same time. I was driving back from a storm chase about an hour outside of Amarillo, Texas, just as daylight faded. The day had been charged with wild weather, thunderheads piling up, lightning slicing through clouds, the heavy scent of rain and ozone filling the air. My camera gear was packed tight in the truck bed, ready for whatever might come next. Years of storm photography have taught me that patience is key. I'm Rachel, a freelance photographer who sells shots to weather sites and magazines. It's not a glamorous job, mostly cold nights and frozen fingers, but those rare moments make it all worthwhile. This day was different. While setting up near a dirt road off Highway 287, I spotted something unusual through my long telephoto lens. A menacing cumulonimbus cloud caught my attention, its edges rippling like water. Suddenly, a small metallic shape darted through the storm cells. Not a plane, not a bird, just a sleek, shiny object weaving effortlessly through the clouds. I snapped photos rapidly, adjusting focus and shutter speed. The object vanished almost instantly. Back home, I examined the negatives carefully. There it was, a dark disk polished like metal, catching the last rays of sunlight. That night, I set up my darkroom in the basement. A single red bulb cast a dim glow as I carefully processed the film. Each chemical-soaked tray revealed more details: storm clouds, lightning, the rugged landscape, and that strange metallic blur twisting through the air. The house was silent. Only the kitchen faucet's rhythmic dripping broke the quiet. Then the basement door creaked open. No footsteps. I turned quickly. A man in a black suit stood there, pale face, sharp features, calm but intense, illuminated by the red light. Something was definitely not right. He was a serious type, standing there like he didn't quite belong. When he spoke, his voice was low and steady, catching me off guard. His eyes reflected the negatives in a way that made me wonder, can images lie? He stepped closer, hands folded calmly, but with clear purpose. Can a negative reveal something that might never have existed? The question hung in the air. I shook my head, unsure how to respond. His gaze swept the room, landing on the contact sheets pinned to the wall. "You've captured something," he said. "Something people aren't meant to see." My stomach knotted. Who was this man? A smile played across his lips, never reaching his eyes. He introduced himself as someone who ensures certain images don't spread. His tone was polite but carried an undeniable authority, the kind that expects immediate compliance. I felt cornered. "Why are you here? What do you want?" He produced a small card, plain white with black text, unreadable in the dim red light. "We keep things quiet," he said. "Destroy the negatives and you won't be bothered." My heart raced. I wanted to resist, to demand explanations. But his calm certainty gave me pause. A phone buzz from upstairs broke the tension, a message from Mike about breakfast. The man noticed my distraction. "Think it over," he said, then walked out, the basement door closing softly behind him. In the following days, strange occurrences began. My camera gear seemed subtly displaced. Phone calls became spotty with unexpected static. Late at night, soft footsteps would circle the house, vanishing when I looked. Who would believe such a story? A mysterious man warning me to erase evidence? It sounded crazy, yet the experiences felt real. Then one night, I noticed something else. The metallic object in the negatives was simply gone. Not faded or damaged, just completely absent. Here's the rewritten text. "I'm Tom Keller, a 37-year-old rail enthusiast who's always been drawn to old tracks, industrial lines, and abandoned railways. My small town in upstate New York sits near tracks that haven't seen a train in years. Places where rust consumes metal and weeds push through weathered ties. That early fall morning started like any other expedition. I wanted some quiet time with my camera, exploring a stretch of abandoned track near an old quarry. Rumors of strange lights had circulated, but I was more interested in capturing the serene landscape before dawn. The world was still dark, with just a hint of soft blue-gray light emerging on the eastern horizon. Crisp air carried the damp scent of wet leaves and moss. Walking down the track, my boots crunched against gravel, the only sound breaking the morning silence. About 100 yards ahead, something unusual caught my eye. Sitting directly on the tracks was a craft unlike anything I'd ever seen. Not a train car or truck, but something that looked like a wingless airplane, roughly the size of a large car. Its surface gleamed with an unnaturally smooth, brushed metal finish, no rivets, no seams. The matte grey tone blended perfectly with the misty rails. I froze. Despite my usual calm, something felt profoundly wrong. Slowly, I raised my camera and snapped a few pictures, trying to get a clearer view through the fog. Later, when I reviewed the images, something bizarre happened. The object was missing from every frame. I checked my camera's digital backups. The images remained unchanged. It was as if the craft had never existed. I still have those developed photos, and the mysterious card left by a stranger. They're stored in a box under my bed, alongside my camera. On stormy days, I wonder about returning to chase such mysteries. But the memory of that night and an enigmatic question always holds me back. Maybe some negatives hide more than they reveal, or perhaps certain things are better left unseen. The craft was unlike anything I'd seen before, sharp and angular, without wings or visible doors. It seemed designed for sliding or hovering, not rolling. Just as I was about to approach, a distant engine hum caught my attention. Instead of a maintenance crew or commuters, a black sedan appeared at the tree line near the tracks. A man stepped out, tall, late 40s, with slicked-back dark hair and an expensive, understated charcoal suit, minus a tie. His face was a mask of practiced neutrality. "Tracks lead to places you don't belong," he said without introduction or preamble. When I asked what he meant, he glanced at the craft and ground, adding firmly, "It's best you don't touch anything here." I assured him I was just taking pictures and not seeking trouble. He nodded, turned, and drove off in the sedan, leaving me bewildered. Then something strange happened. The craft began to fade. Mist thickened, and within moments it vanished, only empty rails and morning dew remained. Unease and curiosity followed me. For days I revisited the spot, finding nothing. My friends dismissed the story, suggesting it was a military exercise, but something didn't feel right. No helicopters, patrol cars, or warning signs suggested official involvement. Odd occurrences began haunting me. During walks near the tracks, I'd hear phantom footsteps behind me, turning to find nothing. Shadows would slip between trees, always just out of clear view. My phone started malfunctioning, calls dropping when dialing certain numbers, and pictures near the tracks coming out blurred or distorted. I was driving home from work that night, heading back from my second shift at a packaging plant just outside Greensburg, Indiana. The hour was late, around 12:40 a.m. or maybe a bit later. CR 700E is a desolate stretch of road, the kind where you can drive for miles without seeing another soul. No street lights, just endless corn and soy fields punctuated by the occasional mailbox at the end of a gravel drive. I was nearly home, sipping the last of my gas station coffee when strange things started happening. The radio began cutting out, not with static, but dropping silent for 2 or 3 seconds before popping back mid-sentence. I switched stations, but the same thing kept happening. Then my headlights dimmed, not completely, but down to about half brightness for a few seconds before returning to normal. That's when I slowed down and saw it. About a quarter mile ahead, off to the left side of the road, something hung in the air. Not a plane, not moving, just suspended above a cut field near an old half-cloud barn with a rusted-out roof, a barn I'd passed hundreds of times before, but this was different. Later, the encounters continued. One evening while driving home, headlights appeared behind me. At first, I thought it was just another driver, but the car matched my speed for miles without passing. At a stoplight, a black sedan sat motionless, the driver staring straight ahead. When I changed routes, the car followed me all the way to my driveway before vanishing. Then came the phone calls. Silence. Sometimes just slow, steady breathing, then a faint click before the line went dead. I stopped answering. My camera held photos from that morning, blurry images with strange light streaks that haunted me. And sometimes it feels like a bad dream. But the man's words echo in my mind. Maybe there are places you're not meant to go. And on quiet, foggy nights, I could swear I hear a faint hum sliding over metal tracks that no longer exist. The night was quiet when I first saw it hanging in the sky. At maybe 50 feet up, this massive dark shape blocked out the stars. No lights, no sound, just a black void suspended overhead. As I drove closer, the details sharpened. A massive triangle, flat and wide with soft rounded corners, stretched almost across the entire field. It wasn't perfectly stationary, but drifted smoothly, like a blimp hanging on invisible currents. 3 small red lights dotted its underside, positioned near each point. They weren't bright or blinking, just sitting there like standby LEDs on electronics. I pulled onto the shoulder and rolled down my window, expecting some sound, a hum, anything. Complete silence enveloped me. No crickets, no wind. Not even my car's engine made a noise. The air felt suspended, frozen. I watched for 2 or 3 minutes, completely alert but not scared. My phone never crossed my mind. Suddenly, the object began rising slowly, lifting straight up without tilting. Those red dots remained unchanged as it climbed higher, eventually disappearing into the night sky. After another minute, I drove home. My house sits in a new subdivision near Westport, a quiet cul-de-sac. That night, I microwaved some mac and cheese, showered, and went to bed around 2 a.m. Sleep didn't come easily. Not from fear, but because my mind was racing. The next morning, around 7:30, I was up early. The garbage truck always wakes my dog, so I fed her and made coffee. That's when I noticed the black sedan in my driveway. Government-looking, with tinted windows and no plates. 2 men in dark suits stood outside. One near the front step, Another by the car, no visible badges. When I cracked the door and asked if they needed something, one smiled slightly, just enough to be unsettling. The event started on a Tuesday evening just past sunset, driving through Red Rock Canyon. The sky still held on to some light, but shadows stretched long and dark as the temperature dropped quickly. I was heading home from a work trip in Vegas, taking the scenic route to clear my head, never a fan of the freeway. A few weeks later, I'd have an unsettling encounter that would change my routine completely. Two men showed up at my house, polite but direct. The first approached my porch and asked about my drive on County Road 700E the previous night, near the collapsed barn. I confirmed I'd been there on my way home from work. His gaze was intense but not threatening, more like he was studying my reaction. When he asked if I'd seen anything unusual, I hesitated before mentioning some weird lights in the sky. The second man, standing by their car, called over and asked if I often imagined things at night. His tone wasn't sarcastic but seemed genuinely curious. I insisted I was awake and driving, that I knew what I saw. They seemed satisfied with my response. Before leaving, the first man asked about outdoor cameras. I told him no. They thanked me, got in their car, and drove away, not stopping at any other houses. Later that day, something caught my attention. My mailbox, part of a group box for the block, had a strange smear across its front, like oil or ash. No other mailboxes were marked. I wiped it off with a paper towel, leaving a grey, greasy streak. I considered keeping the towel, but ultimately threw it away. That night, my dog's behavior became strange. She refused to go into the backyard, whining at the door and backing away when I opened it. I walked her out front instead. She kept looking up at the sky, not barking, just watching. Since that day, I've changed my routine. Every night driving home from work, I take a different route, always looking, always wondering about those lights and that unexpected visit. The road was quiet and winding, hugging steep sandstone cliffs. At this hour, around 7:30, the canyon felt deserted, just me and the asphalt stretching ahead. A black sedan without license plates caught my eye, parked just beyond a sharp bend, not a typical sight in such remote terrain. I slowed down, half expecting some official roadblock or construction work, but nothing indicated any formal activity. Two men approached my vehicle, black suits, dark sunglasses, even though the sunlight was fading. One tall, perhaps early 40s, the other shorter and in his late 30s. They walked directly to my window as if they'd been anticipating my arrival. "Road ahead is closed for maintenance," the tall one stated flatly, without a hint of emotion. "You'll have to turn back." I scanned the road ahead. No workers, no barriers, no equipment in sight. When I questioned the lack of signage, the shorter man tersely responded, it was a private job with no exceptions. I tried explaining I needed to get home, but the tall guy was resolute. "We can't let you through. It's not safe." The canyon remained silent, empty rocks, a fading sky. Their car was completely black, windowless, without any markings. Something felt deeply wrong. I pressed for details about the maintenance duration. "Indefinite," came the curt reply. Feeling an inexplicable chill, I began backing up slowly, watching them in my mirrors. By the time I glanced back, they were already in their vehicle. Then something bizarre happened. As I shifted gears, I looked over my shoulder. The sedan had vanished. No engine sound, no lights, no trace, just empty road and canyon walls. No tire marks. Nothing to suggest they'd ever been there. Bewildered, I crept forward, scanning carefully for any barriers or signs of disruption. I pulled over at a wider section and stepped out. Dry brush rustled in the wind. The canyon's silence was absolute. I checked my phone, no signal. Walking a short distance up the road, I searched for any explanation. But there was nothing. Just emptiness and those towering stone walls holding their secrets. 2 summers ago, during the Picades, I drove out to a remote stretch of County Road 221, about 30 miles east of Lander, Wyoming. The landscape was sparse, just scrub hills and a lone, broken windmill. I knew this area well from past field work. It was a quiet spot with no light pollution, perfect for stargazing. My plan was simple. Park the truck off the shoulder, spread a blanket in the truck bed, and settle in with a thermos of coffee and my camera to watch the meteor shower. The sky was pristine, clear, cloudless, moonless. Then things got strange. Something happened that I still can't fully explain. 2 men in a black sedan appeared out of nowhere, then vanished just as quickly. I searched the area, looking for tracks or any sign of their presence, but found nothing. As I drove back, the sky darkened to a deep blue, with first stars emerging. About 10 minutes into my return trip, I noticed an odd light in the sky. It wasn't a plane or helicopter, just a soft, steady glow hovering just above the canyon rim, almost like a lantern suspended in midair. No matter how I tried to ignore it, the lights seemed to follow me. I stopped at a small diner near the canyon entrance. The only other person there was... When I shared my experience, he didn't seem surprised. "You're not the first to see things like that out here," he said casually. He mentioned lights, mysterious figures, and roads that seemingly vanish without a trace. The encounter left me unsettled. On the drive home, I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see the black sedan again. But the road remained empty. Later, I checked news and road updates. Nothing unusual was reported. In the following days, I told a few friends about the incident. Some joked about government agents or aliens, but I remained uncertain. Then, a couple of days later, I found a blank scrap of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. I folded it up and left it on the dashboard where it remains untouched. That night I went to bed thinking about the men, the empty road, and the strange light, a mystery that continues to haunt me. The night was quiet, just stars above. I'd arrived early, around 11 o'clock, well before the peak meteor shower activity, but that didn't bother me. I've always enjoyed being alone out here, especially with no cell service to interrupt the silence. Hours passed uneventfully. Around 12:30 I dozed off, and when I woke just after 2 a.m., the sky was alive with light. I set up my camera on a basic tripod in the truck bed, taking long exposure shots of the meteor shower. Something caught my eye past 3, a shape on the road behind me. At first, I thought it was my tripod's shadow, but it didn't move when I did. 50 feet back, dead center on the road, stood a silhouette. No flashlight, no movement, just a still figure. I scanned the area, listening for any signs of a car or footsteps. Nothing. This figure, if it was human, stood unnaturally still. When I turned on my headlamp and shined it towards them, the beam illuminated the road and shoulder, but didn't reveal a face. They didn't react, no flinching, no stepping back. Quickly, I snapped a photo. The moment the shutter clicked, the figure turned and walked into the darkness, vanishing behind the road's low slope. Concerned they might need help, I called out, "Silence." I wasn't about to chase an unknown person through the wilderness, so I returned to my truck. Checking the photo, I saw a thin, unnaturally tall figure. The arms seemed too long, the head oddly shaped, almost featureless. I convinced myself it was a camera glitch, though the image unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. The rest of the night passed without incident. I watched the remaining meteors and left just before dawn. The next morning, stopping for gas at a Conoco in Riverton around 7 a.m., that's when things got truly strange. I was driving down a stretch of road, the kind that feels endless and empty during early autumn. It was just after sunset, with a crisp chill in the air. Weeks later, I still can't shake what happened at that gas station. The bathroom was deserted except for me and the cashier behind the counter. As I dried my hands, the door opened. A man stepped in mid-40s, pale skin, wearing a black suit with the top button fastened and no tie. His shoes were immaculate, and he looked completely out of place. He stood by the sink silent. When he spoke, it wasn't a threat, just a flat, certain statement. "You've seen too much light lately." I laughed, thinking it was some weird joke. But when he turned and looked at me, my stomach dropped. His eyes were wrong. The color seemed off. Pupils too large or irises too pale. "Not fake, just not right," he said, holding out his hand. "Your phone, you took a picture. Give me the device." Strangely, I complied. I don't know why, but I pulled out my phone and handed it over. He unlocked it somehow, knowing the code I never shared, then walked out. I followed him into the store, but he had vanished completely. No sound, no footsteps. The cashier continued flipping through a flyer, oblivious. When I asked if anyone had walked out, he said no one had come in. I checked the parking lot, nothing. No black car, no strange SUV, just my truck. Standing there for minutes, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Then I realized my phone was back in my pocket. I hadn't felt him return it, hadn't seen him approach. When I unlocked the device, everything was gone. Camera roll, texts, downloads, all wiped. Factory reset. Only my cloud-synced contacts remained. The photo I'd taken, completely erased, not even in the backup folder. That night, I connected the phone to my laptop and ran recovery software. Nothing. The metadata showed a hard reset at 7:14 a.m. exactly when I was in that bathroom. I've told very few people about this. Those I did tell assumed I'd dreamed it. But I know what happened. And that stretch of road, I haven't gone back since. I was sitting on the dock behind my place, late at night, trying to capture some star photos with my phone. The usual quiet surrounded me. While scrolling through my shots, something caught my eye out on the lake. A dark silhouette hovered motionless just above the water's surface. Not like a bird or plane, this was different. No blinking lights, no sound, sharp and solid against the sky. It seemed too distinct to be a light trick or cloud. I zoomed in with my camera. The shape was smooth and oval, a matte black that didn't reflect anything. For a few minutes, it drifted slowly sideways. Then, without warning, it shot straight up and vanished into the darkness. Unnerved but curious, I wasn't sure what I'd witnessed. The lake returned to normal, quiet, with only occasional fish jumping. The next morning, a black car appeared at the end of my driveway. An older model from the early 2000s, it looked pristine, no dents, no license plate. Weirdly, there were no tire tracks or footprints around it. I checked the windows, but the car was empty. No keys in the ignition. Days passed. Each morning, the car remained in the same spot, untouched. I started leaving notes on the windshield, but they stayed exactly where I'd put them. The car sat silent and black, seemingly abandoned. One evening after dinner, I was on my porch when I heard gravel crunching. Looking up, I saw a man in a neat black suit standing at the end of my driveway. His face was mostly shadowed by the streetlight. He just stood there, watching me, saying nothing. Something felt off. The car, the figure, the strange object over the lake, none of it made sense. But I knew something was happening, something beyond my understanding. The night was cold but clear, without snow. 2 winters ago, in early February, I was out walking my dog Benny before bed. He's a shepherd mix who needs his late-night walk, or he'll pace all night long. We live in a quiet Spokane Valley neighborhood near Pines and 16th, just a typical area with ranch-style houses and older trees, hardly any traffic after dark. As we were heading back up our street, about 5 houses from home, Benny suddenly stopped and stared straight up. I initially thought he might be watching a bird or an owl, but when I looked up, I saw it too, a massive triangle, definitely not a plane. I've seen plenty of jets flying overhead, and this was different. It was blacker than the night sky, with only 3 faint points of light. Later, a strange encounter on my porch left me unsettled. A man approached me, and when I asked if he needed help, he cryptically said, "The water remembers." Before I could respond, he vanished into the darkness. Unnerved, I rushed inside and locked the door. Over the next week, his car kept appearing every morning, though he never returned. Odd things started happening. My phone would glitch when I tried to photograph the lake, and late at night, I'd hear a faint humming that would stop if I went outside. One night around 3 a.m., I saw soft blue lights flickering over the water, pulsing slowly. I tried to capture them on my phone, but the screen went black, the camera seemingly frozen. When I looked again, the lights had disappeared. The man never returned, and the car stopped showing up. But something lingers, a feeling of being watched when I'm near the water. Those words, "the water remembers," echo repeatedly in my mind, a haunting reminder of that inexplicable night. The night started weird from the start. A slow-moving object with white corners drifted overhead, impossibly silent. No engine noise, no wind disturbance, just gliding, weightless. Everything around me went quiet, not just the object itself. My footsteps vanished. The dog's breathing stopped. It felt like someone had turned down the world's volume by half. Benny didn't bark. He just sat and stared until the thing disappeared behind the northern tree line. When I tried to snap a photo, my phone's screen was frozen, refusing to swipe. It only came back to life after the object was gone. I didn't mention it to anyone, probably just a military drone or some unusual craft I didn't recognize. Just another strange moment to file away and forget. 2 days later, things got strange. I woke suddenly in the middle of the night, that abrupt, wide-awake feeling that sometimes hits for no reason. Walking to check the thermostat, I noticed headlights across the street. A black sedan was idling in front of the Wilkins house. Old model, big body, chrome trim. Its lights were on, but dim. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the headlights flashed, a slow, deliberate fade on and off, like a signal. Then it drove away smoothly, quietly turning the corner and vanishing. The next night, same thing. 3:17 a.m. flash, then gone. And the next night. And the next. Always the same car. Always one precise headlight flash. Sometimes near the Wilkins place. Sometimes closer to the Morgans. But always directly across from my house. By the 5th night, I was getting nervous. I set up my phone on a tripod, recording from 310 for 20 minutes. When I checked the footage the next morning, something was off. I'd been watching for weeks. Every night at 3:17, the car would appear. Just a quick flash, then gone. No one believed me. Not the Morgans who leave their blinds open. Not Mr. Harrington across the street, whose dog barks at the slightest movement. Even my wife, working nights at the hospital, dismissed my story as another weird documentary-induced fantasy. So I changed. I started walking Benny earlier, right after dinner, but I couldn't stop checking the window. Night after night, the car returned. Always the same. One flash, vanished before I could reach the door. I called the non-emergency line once, reported the suspicious vehicle with its make, model, and strange pattern. They said they'd send a cruiser. Did they? Nothing changed. 1 week in, I decided to wait outside. Lights off, hidden behind the porch column. Benny paced inside, uneasy about my absence. Right on schedule, at 3:17, the car appeared. No headlights this time, just faint running lights. It stopped across the street, engine running, windows too dark to see through. But the car was unnaturally clean, no front license plate. I stepped out slightly for a better view. The driver's side window rolled down halfway. A pale, thin man in a black suit sat motionless, staring directly at me. We remained frozen. After maybe 10 seconds, he raised his hand, not a wave, but a stop signal. That was the last time. The following nights brought nothing. No lights, no idling, just an empty street. I told myself I was relieved, but part of me missed the predictability. Now I'm left with a habit, checking the street at 3:17. Sometimes I think I hear an engine in the distance, but when I look, there's nothing. Just silence. The forest was silent. That late September morning in northern Minnesota, a subtle crispness hanging in the air signaling autumn's approach. Since dawn, I'd been walking the perimeter, taking notes on the sparse activity around this part of the woods. Something felt different that morning. The usual quiet seemed altered, charged with an unexplained tension. Just as I was preparing to return to the research station, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the clearing. A series of perfectly round scorch marks arranged in an intriguing pattern. These marks were precise, about 2 feet across, 6 or 7 in a rough circle spanning roughly 15 feet in diameter. Deeply embedded in the earth, the soil beneath was blackened and cracked. Strangely, the surrounding vegetation remained untouched. No burned leaves, no broken branches, just these clean, symmetrical marks as if a giant, scorching cookie cutter had been pressed into the ground. I circled the area meticulously, searching for any explanatory evidence. No footprints, no tire tracks, no signs of human activity or campfires, only the scorched earth remained. Methodically, I photographed the scene, sketched the marks, and collected soil samples. Using my GPS, I marked the location and radioed a brief description back to the station. My team speculated about lightning strikes or animal territorial markings, but the shape and symmetry defied such explanations. An unsettling feeling of being watched permeated the forest. Too quiet, too still. I kept glancing over my shoulder, seeing nothing. Days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the research cabin. Opening the door cautiously, I found a tall man in a plain black suit that seemed jarringly out of place in the woods. No identification, no badge, just dark, steady eyes and a flat, calm voice. "I'm interested in patterns in non-human behavior," he said without prelude or introduction. I blinked, momentarily stunned by his abrupt arrival and cryptic statement. The low hum of an unidentified vibration still haunts me on certain nights when the wind moves through the trees just right. I never saw the man again. No messages, no calls, just that single unsettling visit and a lingering sense that something out there was watching, though not particularly interested in me. I'm Claire, a graphic designer from Seattle who sometimes needs to escape the city's constant noise. Late October brought one of those early fall days with a sharp, not quite cold air and an overcast sky. The forest was thick with dampness from recent rains. I'd set out around noon, planning a 5-6 mile hike between Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass, seeking solitude. The trail was mostly empty, with just an occasional runner or dog walker passing by. A stranger arrived at my cabin later, moving with an unnatural quietness. His questions were oddly specific, probing about my work tracking animals and the data I collected. He seemed to know details without asking, and his unwavering gaze made me increasingly uneasy. I showed him photos of strange scorch marks I'd discovered, which he examined without much visible reaction. Though he declined my offer to guide him to the clearing where I'd found these marks, he somehow already knew its exact location. He mentioned no agency or reason for his presence. After nearly an hour, he left as silently as he'd arrived. I watched him walk away through the trees, his steps barely touching the soft forest floor. Afterward, I meticulously checked my equipment and locks. Nothing was missing, but an unsettling feeling remained. In the days that followed, my mind kept returning to the clearing silence, the man's unnerving calm, and his seemingly supernatural knowledge. I revisited the site repeatedly, searching for changes or new marks, but found nothing. Yet the memory of that encounter, and the sense that something inexplicable was out there, never quite faded. I was hiking a trail I knew well, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. About 3 miles in, something caught my eye just off the path near some ferns. A black briefcase sat upright on the dirt, positioned as if deliberately placed. Its surface was plain, matte black, and visibly scratched from what seemed like dragging or bumping. Curiosity drew me closer, but the area was completely deserted. The briefcase was locked tight with no visible way to open it, no combination lock, no keyhole that I could detect. It resembled a hard shell case for camera equipment or musical instruments, but was definitely sealed shut. I tried jiggling and shaking the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Thinking someone might return for it, I left the briefcase where it was and continued hiking. At first, the rest of the hike seemed normal, but gradually something felt off. The forest around me grew heavy, as if the air itself had thickened. Sounds became muted, bird chirps and leaf rustlings seemed distant, like someone had turned down the world's volume. I wondered if I was imagining things. When I reached the turnaround point and looked back, the briefcase had vanished. I was certain it had been there moments before. I searched the area, but found no trace, no footprints, no disturbed ferns, nothing. It was simply gone. The strange occurrences didn't end with the hike. Over the next few days, I constantly felt watched, though nobody was ever there. My phone behaved oddly, battery draining quickly, calls filling with static, the screen flickering inexplicably. These small incidents were unsettling. A few days later, I returned to the trailhead, hoping to clear my head. As I walked the path, I spotted a man near the parking lot's edge. He wore a crisp black suit and tie, with short, neatly combed dark hair. But his eyes were what truly unnerved me. They were completely hollow, not just tired, but empty, like blank sockets with nothing behind them. I was out by myself on the edge of Devil's Ridge, a little spot near Flagstaff, Arizona, that I'd discovered a couple of years ago while hiking. Late September brought a dry, crisp air that felt colder than expected once the sun dipped below the horizon. My plan was to photograph the stars, and I brought all my camera gear, a tripod, lenses, and my phone. About an hour after sunset, I set everything up just as the Milky Way began to emerge. The place was incredibly silent, broken only by occasional wind whistling through scrub and pine needles. I was deeply focused on my photography, adjusting aperture and checking exposure, with the stunning star-filled sky before me. That's when I noticed something on the ridge across the small valley. A figure stood completely motionless on a narrow rock outcrop silhouetted against the starry background. Dressed entirely in black, it was more like a statue than a person. I assumed it might be another late-night hiker or photographer, but something felt off. No voices, no footsteps, just this still, dark shape. I called out softly, "Hey, you okay over there?" No response. I tried again, a bit louder. Still nothing. The figure didn't move or say anything, just watched as I started down the trail. When I stopped and looked back, I thought maybe he would speak, but he simply turned and walked away, his footsteps quiet on the gravel. Something about the encounter nagged at me. The briefcase and the man seemed connected somehow, though I couldn't explain why. On my next hike, I carefully searched the area where I'd seen the briefcase, but found no trace of it or any sign of disturbance. I haven't seen the man again in person, but sometimes when I'm alone, I catch a glimpse of someone standing just beyond my peripheral vision, always in a black suit with those same empty eyes. The questions persist. What was in the briefcase? Why was it there? Why did it disappear? I have no answers. Just a strange feeling that something was watching, waiting, or trying to communicate in a way I can't comprehend. It started with something vanishing right in front of my eyes. Not walking away or hiding, but simply gone, like someone had flipped a switch. I blinked and looked again, but nothing remained. The darkness and the way light hit the ridge made me wonder if my imagination was playing tricks. I was alone, far from anything, and feeling uneasy yet strangely curious. When I returned to my camera to refocus on the stars, my hands trembled slightly. Suddenly, my phone rang with an unrecognizable number, just a random string of digits. Something compelled me to answer. The voice was distorted, low, and chillingly cold. 2 words, we're watching. Then silence. I stared at the phone, my heart racing as the cold air seemed to grow even colder. Was this a prank? A glitch? But that voice didn't sound like a joke. I decided to drive home, taking long, winding desert roads. The radio crackled with static and shadows seemed to dance around me. More than once, I caught glimpses of phantom headlights in my rear-view mirror, but nothing was there when I looked directly. Exhausted and on edge, I got home and checked my phone. No missed calls, no texts. The battery was normal, no strange apps running. The next day, I returned to the ridge with friends. We searched for footprints or any unusual signs, but found nothing. The rocks and dirt were completely undisturbed. That night, from my bedroom window, I saw a shadow slip between the trees across the street. I thought it might be a neighbor or an animal, but when I looked again, nothing remained. I've continued visiting Devil's Ridge, but the mysterious figure hasn't reappeared. Sometimes out there I feel a quiet pressure, like unseen eyes watching me. Occasionally my phone lights up with calls from unknown numbers, but when I answer, only silence greets me. I can't explain what happened or who that figure was. All I know is what I experienced in the darkness. In the dark, quiet night, unseen eyes watched. A presence lingered just beyond human perception, silent and alert. Something was tracking, observing, waiting, its gaze fixed overhead among the scattered pinpoints of starlight. The darkness held a hidden watcher, patient and still, aware of everything yet completely unnoticed.